Hello friends, welcome to Papaya Coders. So in this crash course, we will be learning about the Android Jetpack Compose, which is the latest method for the Android development. We will be learning about the UI components like buttons, text views, card views, lazy columns, etc. And we will be making two projects in this video. One of them will be helping you to explain that how room database works, which is a local database, and the other one will help you to understand what is Dagger Hilt. This is the new concept which has come up for the dependency injection. Rather than using Dagger, we are using Dagger Hilt. For dependency injection, we will be learning that what is dependency injection and how to use it inside our application, and why we are preferring dependency injection via Dagger Hilt. Means there must be several other methods also, but why only Dagger Hilt? So we will be making two small apps. In that, we will be learning about how to call an API and usage of room database and the use of Dagger Hilt. So make sure you like this video and hit the bell icon and subscribe our channel so that you don't miss any of the updates. So let's get started. So start your Android Studio, fire it up, come over here and make a new project. Select the empty compose activity. Make sure that you select the compose one. Click on next and let's say this as crash course. You can name it whatever you want. Okay, great. So let the Gradle sync and all the files get aligned. Our project is getting ready. Give the Gradle its time. It depends on the configuration of your system on which you're working on, that how much amount the Gradle is going to take for sync. Okay, we have some pre-built code. So we will be first learning about the basic UI elements, that what we need, and we will try to maintain the clean code architecture like separate files for the UI and business models and then view models, so that when we need to update our application, we don't face any kind of issue. Okay, so our app is totally boot. Now let's come over here and make some new folders. Make a new directory, come on the com folder. Then inside UI, we need a new directory. Come over here and Android resource directory. No, not Android resource, my mistake. The second one, sample data directory. Come over here and let's make a new package and let's name it as composables, because we'll be working on composables in this. And inside this, let's create a Kotlin class files named composable. Come inside this, just simply remove this. Now the first thing which we need to understand for making a composable is that we need an annotation. What we need an annotation which is composable. So this states that whatever thing is written over here will be the part of the UI. Okay, so this thing basically means that whatever the function we create inside this will be our UI element. Since we don't have any XML file over here, if we go to design folder over here, we can't see any XML code which we used to see in the XML one. Here we need to write everything in Kotlin. That's why Jetpack is preferred over XML, because we don't need to write in two languages, and let's say which may cause some compilation time lag. So first of all, let's have a function which will say a basic text view. So this is a basic text view. So this is how you define a function, right? You just write a function and a basic text view. And inside this, what we'll be having, we will be having a text view. Just write text. Now we have our text view ready. Now, as you remember in XML, we have some sort of attributes to our text, like what should be the text inside it, what should be the color, what should be the width, style, etc. I hope so you have worked on it. So let's provide it. Okay, I think so I've imported the wrong text over here. Let's come over here and say, yeah, this one. So let's have a text over here and which says hello world. This is one of the very basic text we used to write hello world. Okay, great. So we have a text over here. We have a text view. Inside that we have the text hello world. Now we need some more things. Let's say I need the color. Let's say the color of my text should be color dot, okay, blue. Great. The color of my text should be blue, and let me provide some font size to it. The font size should be, let's say, 24.sp. You can just import it, press alt plus enter and import this sp property. Then what else we can have? We can have some font weight, we can have a font family. These are the main attributes. Just come over here and click on the text and we will be able to see all the text views, all the attributes which a text can have. Okay, so here we have a modifier. We will be discussing what a modifier is. We have a font family, letter spacing, text alignment, line height, overflow, soft wrap, minimum lines. So basically we have all these attributes which we can use. As you can see over here, inside a basic text we can just use this. So this is quite clear, I guess so. Now let's come back and let's say we have a font style and let's say font style dot italics. To use this, I think so we need to make an import. Okay, wait. Okay, just a second. This should be capital. Let's say font and style, font style dot italics. Let's import this. Simply come over here and press alt plus enter and import this compose UI one. Make sure that you are using that compose UI. Okay, I think so this much is enough for a basic text view. That's too much actually. Now let's try to run this. First of all, come over here and remove these functions from here. And inside this, okay, remove this part. We don't need it right now. Just simply remove it. And what we'll be calling is simply this text view which we have made right now. Let's try to call it. So we have called our basic text view over here in our main UI component. I think so I might face some sort of error related to the API versions. Let's say, let's build the app and see whatever it happens. If you two guys face the same issue, you can resolve it. I will tell you the solution to this. Let's wait for a while and see whether we see the error or not. Let the Gradle sync. Actually, the error which I'm talking about is this minimum SDK version should be 35 over here. That error I'm facing from the Android Studio. Let's see if we face the similar one here or not. Yeah. So it says that Android Gradle plugin that supports 35. So okay, we are using some library, this core one, which requires to compile against the version 35 or later, and the app is currently compiled against Android 34. Okay, just simply come over here and make it 35. This should be good to go. Great. Now Let's try to run our application once again and see whether we see the error or not. Okay, great. We have resolved our error. So here we have our application. We can see a text view over here since we haven't provided it any alignment. So it's just right here top of the screen. We can see a hello world which is in italics and it is blue in color. Okay. So this is what I'm talking about. Now the another thing is modifier. We will be learning about modifier. What a modifier basically means. So as you can see, we don't have any alignment to our text there. Since our text is not inside a row, neither inside a column, means it's just freely moving. So it by default it has occupied that position at the top. So we need some sort of modifiers to modify its position. Okay, but before that, let's make some more UI elements so we can modify them at once. We'll be learning about the modifier column and row in this composable. Come over here and make a new composable and let's name this as buttons because we'll be learning about the buttons composable over here. Let's come over here and try to make this. So what attributes does a button can have? You might be thinking a button can have a on click listener. As you remember, a button have a text inside it, a button can have a color, and a button can have a position. Okay, so in Jetpack Compose we just have a regular button which performs some actions on click. We have an outlined button and we have a text button. So we'll be learning about all of them in one go. But before that, we need a column. Okay, so this vertical one is known as column and this horizontal one is known as row, as you might have an idea what a row and what a column is. So let's have a column over here. So what this column can have? This column can have a modifier. Okay, let's have a modifier. This will help to modify its attribute and modifiers will have a modifier dot. So how much size this column should actually take? This will help us to decide. So let's say the color is, let me change it to black so that you can see how much area this actually takes. Okay, I'll be showing you that how much area this column is actually occupying. Before this attribute, let's provide this some sort of padding. Just come over here and modifiers dots, let's say fill maximum size. So this will occupy all the size in the screen which is available to us. Okay, and let's say I want to have, just remove this for a second, this, and what error does it says? It says no value passed for the parameter content. Okay, great. We'll be having a content over here, don't worry. Just come over here and do this. Okay, we have a column scope over here. Inside this column scope we will be creating our buttons, but first of all the I need a background so that I can explain that how much size this column is actually occupying. Let's say I want to have a background and the color of the background I want it to be black. So now let's try to call this function inside our main activity and say how much area does this basically occupies. Okay, I think so this was small. What was the name of the function? This was buttons. Okay, Okay, great. Let's try to run this and see how much area does that column which we have defined over here occupies. So inside that column we will be making our buttons. Let's come over here and see all the screen is black in color because this column has occupied the whole screen. Now what if I say that column dot modifier dot fill max width? Okay, no, I think so. This should occupy the whole width of the application. Okay, great. We have our text view available, but we can't see our column. So for now, let's say I want this column to fill the maximum width. Okay, and what else I want is I want some sort of padding. I want padding. Let's let the padding be 16 density pixels, 16.dp. Let's import this density pixel. And what else I want? I want to have some sort of vertical arrangement. Okay, so in column we have vertical arrangement and horizontal alignment. Just remember this thing. We have vertical arrangement and horizontal alignment. Let's say vertical arrangement equals to, I think so I need to make an import. Yeah, great. Remove this extra. Okay, import this. So this modifier will be basically be arranged vertically in the center. So we have some other attributes also except center. We have top, bottom, space around, space evenly. Space around and space evenly, we will be understanding them, but first let's use space around or spaced by. We will be having spaced by 8 density pixels. So means we are trying to arrange the buttons inside a column like this from top to down, and we will be spacing the buttons by 8 density pixels. Means one button is here, then another button will be spaced by 8 density pixels, then another one will also be spaced by 8 density pixels. I will be explaining you the other attributes also. Just wait a minute and let's create a button over here. So we have our button ready. Okay, so inside this we will be handling some on click listeners. Let's say I want to display a toast message or I want to do something else, so we'll be using this. Now inside this button, let's have a text over here and let's say that this is a button 1. Let's say the text should be button 1. Great. So we have this basic button. Okay. Now what else we can have inside this buttons, inside this column scope? Let's have a outline button. We have this outline button. We can say outline icon button. We have many kinds of button according to our use case. Let's say our outline button and provide it some sort of text. This text is button 2, and we have a button 3 which is basically a text button. Let's import this. We have a text button and this is button number 3. Okay, now let's try to run this application once again and see how our button looks. Then we will be using some modifiers to see that how the space even and all the things looks. So yeah, you can see over here, this is our column. Okay, you can see that this is our column and this is all the three buttons, button 1, 2 and 3. So our column has occupied the maximum width, but it is having some sort of padding, 16 density pixels. That's why it is not touching the borders, and inside the buttons are placed over here. Okay, the buttons are over here. They are spaced by 8 density pixels. For now, let's just remove this one, basic text view. Let's comment this out. Now we have our text view ready. So now you are seeing that that thing is gone, that text view is gone because we have hot reload on. The buttons are touching the endpoints of this column. Now you might be thinking, no, I don't need this touch. I want them to be evenly distributed, right? So let's say I want them to be spaced evenly. Now let's try to see them, if they are spaced evenly or not. I think so. You can see some sort of gap over here, but since this is overlapping this notification panel, so you're not able to see it. Let's come over here and increase the margin for now, let's say 25, so that we can clearly see. No, 25 also is less, I guess. Let's provide this 30. And one more thing which we can do is remove this enable h2h from here for a while. And now let's try to run this. Okay, what's the issue here? We can see only the text view. This should not happen at all, because we haven't even called this inside our main activity. We are seeing a recomposition error. Okay, we can see that the buttons are distributed evenly, but let's come over here and yeah, now you can see that the buttons are distributed evenly. We can see some sort of space from the top also and from the bottom also. Basically, this is a normal button. This is an outline button. We can see an outline over here, and this button 3 have no outline. It is just a button without any outline or without any background. Means this is just a transparent button. Okay, so let's try to have some modifications. Let's say I want this color again to be something like cyan, or let's just say white. Okay, we have a button 1. We can see this a little bit of white border over here. This is how button 1 looks. This is button 2, and this is our button 3. You can see the area it is contained in. When we click it, we can see this outline. Okay, so I hope so this button concept was clear to you. Now the next thing which we are going to talk about is the text field. Text field is something where we used to write or give our input to it. Okay, so let's have a composable and a function. Let's say this function a text field, and inside this text field we'll be entering our text, right? Okay, so to capture that text, we will first having a variable called text. By remember, what we will be remembering, actually we will be remembering the state. We will be remembering the state of the text. So right now, let's import this remember and import this also. Okay, so here it says we have a text which is of type, we have a variable called text which is of type string, and it remembers some value. Okay, what value does it remember? It remembers a mutable state of empty string. So basically this thing informs the UI whenever the text is changed, it displays that text. Okay, so this helps the UI to be informed that yeah, some text has been entered. Since this was initially blank, now text has been entered, and it informs the UI, and the UI gets updated that some action has been occurred, and we are able to see that text inside our text field. Let's import this code and just simply import this. Just press Alt plus enter. Okay, yeah, we have imported it. We have some value, means this text field will be of type text, means it will be entering of type text. On value change, means whenever the value of the text is changed, the text is assigned to it. Okay, the text is assigned to its value change, means whenever the text is changed, this variable is capturing the text which the user is entering, and it will be assigned to the text view to display it from here. Okay, so we can have a label. What we can have, a label, so that we can see that what the text view says. Like the text view says basically, yeah, enter text. We can have a label. This label says enter your name. So we'll be seeing a by default text which says, yeah, please enter your name. Okay, now let's have a modifier. Now we'll be using modifier to modify its properties. Modifiers dot modify. Now let's say I want to have some sort of padding. Let's say 16 dot density pixels. And what else I can have? I can say that this should fill the maximum width. Okay, fill the max width. Now let's try to run this application and see. Let's comment this button out for a while and run this. Okay, wait a minute. Text fields. What was the name of our composable? It was text fields only. Okay, great. Let's import this. Import has been made. Now we have a composable over here. Let's try to run this. Now we will be seeing a text view which says enter your name, and it will be having some modifications, like it will be having a padding of 16 density pixels, and it has occupied the maximum width, but it has some padding, so it is not touching it. So you can see a label says enter your name. Let's say my name is Navdeep Singh. So whenever the user has entered something, it is being stored into this variable text. This thing is taking care that the value has been changed or not, and it is assigning it to the value inside the text field. That's why we are able to see this. Okay, if we just try to remove this and then say, then I don't think so you will be able to see anything. You can see I'm trying to type, but I can't sing because the text is being stored. Okay, but that text is not being displayed inside our text view. So to display that, we need to assign it. Okay, I hope so the concept was clear to you and how this text view thing works. Now you can see I can type and I can see. Okay, so this is how a text view works. Now what else we can have? We can have like a card. A card is something which we use basically inside our recycler view, or in Compose language. Let's say this as we can say this as a lazy column. Yeah, lazy column. So come over here and create a composable. Let's say it as function card example. This will be an example for our card. and let's try to make it. Simply just come over here and have a card. We have a card. We need to modify its properties, so we will be using modifiers. So what we'll be basically modifying, we will be modifying it, we'll be having some sort of padding as usual, let's say 16 dot density pixels. Then what else we can have, we can have its width to be filled in the maximum size. Yeah, this we want. Okay, that's my mistake, just a second. Yeah, over here, dot fill maximum size, let's say it's have the background dot color white. And what else it can have, it can have one more thing, which is card elevation. Elevation means the shadow of the card, or 3D effect that we can see that the card is coming outside the screen. So we're using card defaults, card defaults dot card elevation, and we'll be using default elevation. But first of all, let's try to import this. Now it's imported. I think the spelling is wrong. Wait a minute. Yeah, this thing. Default elevation dot, we have provided it some elevation, let's say 10 density pixels. Now we have a card ready. Okay, let me change the color to something else so that you can basically see the card, because white is going to be pretty difficult to see. Let's call this inside our main function, let's say card. Yeah, import this. Now let's try to run it. Okay, give it some time. So we can't see our card. What's the basic error? We should be able to see our card, I guess so. Let's provide some text hello. Yeah, since our card has nothing over here, so we are not able to see it. So we have a text we can see over here. Let's provide this some more padding so that it can just come out of here. Just come over here, and I think so commenting this out will do the work. Okay, I think so there is some sort of glitch that why this is taking this comment part again and again. Hmm. Okay, we have a card example. We have a card elevation. We had the background to set yellow. Now let's try to modify this card and let it look more beautiful. So what a card can have basically, a card can have a column inside it. Inside the column we will be displaying something. Column, as you remember, this vertical one. Let's have a column inside the card. Okay, great. Let's set this to text. Let's say hello. And inside this text view, we can have a spacer. Means this will be showing us some sort of space between the two text view. Before that, I think I missed this column declaration. Let me check this. If I'm missing some, yeah, no, this is good. Great. So we have a column, we have its modification to set some sort of padding. Inside this column, we will be having a text view. Let's say the text is hello, and this is the text one. Before the another text, we need to have some sort of spacer, right? So we use spacer and modify its properties. Modifier dot, let's provide it some sort of height. Let the height be 8 density pixels. Okay, great. We have a spacer ready. Now let's have our text again. This time the text should be world. So this is our hello world, but they both are printed inside a column, and they both are spaced between by using a spacer. Now let's try to import this card example. It's already imported, and run this. Let's see if we are able to see this or not. Let the Gradle sync. Yeah, so we can see that it's having a hello world over here, but you can see some sort of yellow colors over here. Okay, we have some yellow color in the background, but it is covered with a white layer. So what is that basically? Now let me explain you that we have provided the card its background, but over that we have a column. Okay, over that we have a column. So let's try to change the color. Let's come over here, and inside this column, let's say dot background. We have this color change. This is the column under which the hello world is being placed. Okay, now to resolve this background color, as far we remember that background color we were facing, we can see a little bit of yellowish color at the corners, but we are not able to see this. That's because we have used this background color over here. Okay, we should not use that. Instead that we'll be using something. Let's remove this from here. We'll be using something called color equal to card color. We will be using color, then card defaults dot card colors. We are setting the container color to yellow from this method. Now let's try to see this. Yeah, now you can see that this thing is whole in yellow color. You can see some sort of shadow from the corners. That's because of the card elevation we have provided. So this is how a card basically looks like. Okay, now the next thing which we are going to discuss about is a simple main composable, where we will be declaring all the composables which we have used till now. Okay, now let's come over here. We have 1, 2, 3 and 4. Now let's come over here. Instead of declaring them single, means in declaring them each of them inside our main activity to use them, let's have a main composable which we should basically name with the name of our activity function crash course UI, and let's try to declare all the elements inside this. Okay, so first of all we will have a surface. Surface is basically which covers the whole the area of the screen. You can basically understand this in simple layman language. Let's have a surface, and inside this surface we should provide some sort of padding and some margin. So let's have a modifier modifiers dot modify dot padding. Let's provide it some padding 16 dot density pixels. And what else we can have? Let's import this. we can have a vertical. Since we are going to scroll this vertically to see all the elements, let's have a vertical scroll, and let's say remember scrolling state. Okay, so means this will remember the scrolling state at which where we have left and update the UI accordingly. Let's have a text view. We have a text, say basic UI elements. We have a basic UI elements over here. What else we can have? I can have a style over here. Let's say, let me explain about the style also. Let's declare it over here. It's declared correctly. Okay, but we need to declare this style over here inside this attribute one. I have declared it inside the text view. Let's have some style. Okay, so we have our text here, and we have a style for the text which says title.large, means the title will be largely displayed over here. Let's have some sort of padding also for that. Let's say we have a modifier here inside the text. Okay, so we have our text ready which says basic UI elements, and inside this basic UI elements we'll be displaying all our text now. Let's say our first text was this basic text view. The another one was buttons, and then text fields, and then card examples. Now let's try to run this and see how does the UI looks. So it's all blank. I think so there might be some sort of error. Let's see it over here. Okay, that's my mistake. Since I haven't called this, we need to call this function. Let's say crash course UI. Now this will be all good. Yeah, we can see our text view here. We can see our card over here. That was hot reload. Yeah, we can see our text view. We can see our card. We can see all the buttons. That what we have created till now. but the text view is that's I think so behind this. We need to change their location, means we can just modify them. Let's remove this padding. We should be providing some sort of spacers between them so that we can see the spaces between them. I think so we need to run this again. Let's try to run this again and see whether if we are able to see them with some sort of spacers or not. Yeah, the first was the basic UI elements, which we can see as a heading. We have to assign the heading to center. We can do that with the help of modifiers. Then we see our text view, then we see our buttons which are inside a column. We have our text view, we can see this as an edit text view. Then we have our card view over here. So these are the basic UI elements. And one more UI element which you guys must know is a box. Okay, the box is like a layout. It's you're using the overlapping content. Let me explain you over here. Inside this text fields, inside this card view, let's say, let me have a box also. So this is a text. Let's say, let me have a box over here. So I have a box. This modifier says modify dot. What should be the size of box? First of all, let's say size. And let me say this as 100 dot density pixels. We have the size of the box as 100 dp. And what else we can have? We can have this like background color of the box. Let's say the background color is red. And what this box can basically have, this box can have a text. Let the text be, hey, this much is enough. And this text should be aligned to center. So let's just try to align it center. Just come over use and use modifiers dot modify dot align and align to center. Let's import this class alignment. Okay, I think so I imported the wrong one. This compose. Okay, we are good to go. Now let's try to run this again and see what this box looks like. So we have a box inside our card view. You can see over here, this is used to overlap them. Okay, I need to run it again. There is some sort of glitch or bug over here. Yeah, so this was our card view. Inside that we had a now box view. That box view had a text called hey, and that text is aligned to center. So this is what I'm trying to say about this box layout is used to overlap. Okay, this box layout is used to overlap the layouts. So these were all the basic layouts which you guys may need to make some modern UIs element. This Jetpack has makes the UI designing so much easier. As you can see that we have designed this UI without even a single line of XML. So in further video we will be working on the application which we are going to develop. Now let's continue to our first application which we are going to build. So this is a simple weather application which we are going to build with the help of Dagger Hilt, which we are going to use for dependency injection. We will be following the clean architecture, which is MVVM. We will be using model view models, and let me just give you a small demo that how this application looks. So basically this is our small weather app. So current temperature of Delhi is 10 degrees Celsius. It's a little bit of fog. Now let's see the temperature for, let's say, Mumbai. It's 25 degree, little bit of smoke. Okay, great. Now let's go to somewhere where it's cold, maybe Kargil. Yeah, here it's -6 degrees Celsius and there's a little bit of snow. Humidity is this much, so we can see that this is a simple weather app. We have a search bar over here, and upon invalid name we see a request not found option. Let's say Assam. Yeah, so we can see the humidity, wind speed, pressure, and you can see a little bit of animation also as the weather changes. You can see a little bit of animation over here when the weather is being loaded initially or it's refreshed. So we'll be making this application from scratch. So let's get started. Come over here, create a new project, select the empty compose. Let's say weather app. Great. Let the Gradle sync. So before we start, we need to add some of the dependencies and some class paths which we are going to just copy from the old project. As we can see here, we have some dependencies over here, and this is our class path which we want. Make sure that the version which you're using is correct. You must be using a stable version. I would not recommend you guys to use the latest version cause that not might be stable. I want you guys to use the stable version. Okay, so these are few dependencies which we'll be needing. Dependencies for Dagger Hilt. These are few dependencies for Dagger Hilt and Retrofit which we'll be using for API calling and for coroutines, and then view models, and then the basic which we need. These are for the icon library and these are for the SVJs. So let's get started. I hope so the Gradle is synced properly. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, here Gradle is synced. So for the first thing which you need to do is come in the Gradle script and come in the application module. Now let's open it side by side so that we can easily add dependencies and change the versions. Okay, the first thing which we need to add is this capped and Dagger Hill type. Just come over here and copy this. You can type this side by side. Just pause the video and you can type it. And you might be thinking what this local property and what this all is this API keys for. I will be explaining you, don't worry. For now, just follow what I'm doing. Just change it to 35 and let's come over here and let's start adding dependencies. Okay, the first dependency which we need is daggerhilt.android. Just come over here and paste this one here. Then second one is these two dependencies. Let's paste them and name it over here as daggerhilt. So it's implementation that yeah, these dependencies are for Daggerhilt. Actually, Dagger 2.0 was the method which Google provided us so that we can use dependency injection very easily. But instead of making the things easy, actually the Dagger 2.0 complicated the tasks. So Google come up with an advancement which we now known as Hilt, which is simplified version of Dagger, which help us to make dependency injection quite easier. Now let's come over here and we are going to add retrofit dependencies. Just simply copy these two. You can type it along me or you'll be getting the GitHub link, so from where you can copy this. Now for view models, let's add these all the dependencies over here. Make sure the material 3 UI, which is material 3 dependency which you're using is single. Don't overcomplicate the dependencies or add more than one dependencies for just a single work. I mean dependency duplication to be precise. I think so. This was enough for this. I think so. Yeah, is manifest here. It's included. Include this too also. These are for the icon libraries. Okay, we are good from here. Now what we need to do is go to the lib section over here and come over here. Let's add it pointwise. First of all, we need for the Hilt Android. This is using, we need to copy this code. Okay, great. I think so. These two codes are enough. 2511 and 253. Yeah, these two. Let's copy them over here. Great. And what we need is just let's come over here. These two are done. Now we need the dependency for this one. Let's just copy this. Great. We have copied this also. So right now we have all the three dependencies for these three. Now we need for the retrofit. But before that, let's just clear these things out from here. We need to add the versions also. Okay, just come over here. This is using Android Hill compile version. This should be 2.48. Okay guys, just make sure that this version, Hilt Android compiler version should be 2.48. Just paste it over here. And what else we needed was, I think so, a Hilt Android version. This should also be 2.48. I think so. This would also be required by us. Hilt Navigation Compose version. Yeah, I think so. Yep. Okay, so I think so all the Hilt dependencies are clear over here. Now we are moving for the retrofit ones. Let's go for the retrofit. You can take your time. I will be providing you this code. You can either stop the video and write it by yourself, or you will be getting the GitHub code. Don't worry. Now let's go for the retrofit and JSON converter. Okay, we have this retrofit over here. Just get it from here. This is a small one. Simply we'll come here and add this retrofit, and we needed one more, which was JSON converter. Okay, here is it. Let's copy this version. Great. Come over here and paste it. Okay, great. Now we need two versions, which are converter.json and retrofit. Okay, let's search for retrofit. Yep, here is it. And let's copy over here. This one was for the retrofit. And I think so we'll be needing this material icon extended. Let's copy this also here only, so that we don't need to come back early. I mean later. Now what we needed was a converter JSON. Let's search for it. Converter JSON. Yeah, here is it. Let's copy this also. Okay, great. I think so retrofit is done now. What we need is a compose.view models. Let's come over here and copy the code for this coroutine. So was it coroutine? Yep, here is it. For view model. Okay, we missed this one. We need to add this for coroutines also. Okay, so we are done from here. We have our coroutines over here. Let's just first add this for here. Let's add this coroutine. We need the version for Kotlin coroutines Android. Okay. Let's search for the Kotlin coroutine Android. Here is it, 1.7.3. Let's copy the version, paste the version over here. Okay, great. Now the last one was this view model compose. Now let's come over here and go with the version for view model compose. Here it is. It is life cycle run time KTX. Okay, let's come over here and copy this. Great. We need lifetime cycle runtime KTX. That's here. Okay, great. I don't think so. It was this one. Let's just come over here. Okay, great. It is here. It's already imported, but just we need to change the version to 2.7.0. Okay, great. Now the last one, I think so it was for, yep, the material extended. Let's get the dependency for this also. We have already added its version. Just come over here, copy this. Okay, we have this material extended version already implemented over here. Now the last one which we have problem with is this Android svj.arr. Here it is. Now I think so we are all done from this side. Let's get this version. I would suggest you to use this core KTX version as 12 because this is the most stable one. If you're watching this video in future, might be there is another stable version, but for now I would recommend you to use this stable version. Okay, so I think we are done from here. Let's come over here and see if there is anything. Yeah, it's clear. Let's try to sync the project and let's see whether it creates some sort of issue or not. I hope so. There should not be any issue. Yeah, so what's the issue? It says ID Google Dagger was not found in any of the resource. Okay, just let's come over here in this project level and copy this. Not settings actually. Yeah, here. Let's copy this build script and come over in the project level and paste this dependencies. Okay, we are good. We need this also. Let's copy it from here and paste there. It says library plugin Android. Nothing has been found. Let's come over here. We need this. Copy this from here. Go to the library versions. In the plugins, add it over here. Okay, great. Now let's try again and see if it creates any sort of issues or not. Okay, we are good to go. I don't think so it's going to show some sort of issues over here. Yeah, the Gradle is well, we are all good to go. So just have a time and take the screenshot over here, these dependencies, and over here which we need in this library version, you need to add this one, and then all these things till here, this hilt. Let me create space for you. Yeah, these are the dependency versions over here, and similarly from here. I hope so it's clear to you. You can pause the video and take the screenshot from here. Just write it down manually. I would recommend you to use the GitHub Lab repo, which I will be providing you in the link. That will make the work too easy for you. And remember to add these things in your project level. Okay, so let's get started first of here. So just come over here and switch it to project mode, because I love to work on this mode. It's quite simple for me. And the src, and then main, then okay, we need to add internet permissions also, I guess. So let's add it over here only. Let's get to its okay, just come over in the manifest folder. We need few permissions, which is this first one, which is the only permission we need. Actually, we need internet permission. Just come over here and simply we can paste it over here. Guys, actually I'm copying this code because you can get this code from everywhere. You can do chat GPT, you can use any kind of AI or Google. You can be getting these things very easily. You can just type that user permissions for in the manifest file. You will be getting the code. Actually, the thing which I want from you guys is that please try to understand the concept, that how dagger hilt actually works and how this clean architecture things work. Okay, so clean architecture basically means that we have a separate layer, or clean architecture we can say MVVM architecture. Basically we have a model have all our business logic, and we have a UI portion or view portion in which we have all our UI related work, and we have a view model which is used to connect the model to the view. That's why it's called MVVM, means model view view models. Means we are having a model in which we'll be writing our code. Basically this activity which we are working, this is a model, and the UIs which we are working, that screen part, that composables, that is our view, and the thing which we are using to connect our UI to our model is called a view model. Okay, so let's come over here and simply create a new application. First of all, we need a new application. Let's name it as weather application. Okay, I don't want it inside. Sorry for this. We want it over here. Great. We have our weather application over here. And now what we need to do is provide this an annotation which is hilt Android app @hilt. Yeah, here is it. Let's declare it as an application. Okay, we are good to go from here. Now the another thing which you need to go is go to the manifest file and change and add a name over here. Android.name is this weather application. Okay, now I think the basic doubt in your mind which should be, what is this hilt Android app? Just try to understand this in a layman language, that it's like an application setup which we use at the start of our project. Okay, adding this annotation hilt Android app to our application class is just like telling the hilt like that, hey, I want you to manage the dependencies in this app. Okay, so whenever any dependencies or any injection is required, so Hilt knows that yeah, I need to manage this. Okay, so whenever we use for our services, network calls, repository, our data source, so basically the Hilt Android app says that this informs the Hilt that yeah, please handle all the dependencies in this application. Okay, so I hope so you know the basic meaning of dependency injection. Or if you don't know, then let me just explain you in a very short what is dependency and what is injection. Let's say we have a class and that class requires an string. Okay, let's class require a string. So you're creating an object out of that class and passing the string, passing that input. So basically that class depends on the input of that string. Okay, just let me explain you very quickly. Let's say we have a class called engine. Like a car need an engine and tires to work, so car is dependent on these things. Okay, let's say we have a class called engine. Now we have another class called car. Now this car needs this engine to work. Okay, let's say private variable engine. Now we are creating an object out of this class. This engine is of type engine. Okay, now let's have a function start and let's say engine dot start, or let's say just func start and let's print something. So this is direct dependency creation. This thing is called a direct dependency injection. Okay, direct dependency creation. Now what if I say we can inject this dependency? Now let's see what's the basic difference like that. What is dependency injection? We have to pass this inside the constructor of this class. Okay, we have a private variable which is engine, which is of type engine. So here dependency is injected inside this class. Okay, so this thing is called dependency injection. Now let's say we want to use this. Now let's have a look over here. Let's have a function main. Inside this function name, let's have a variable of type engine and a variable called car which is of type car, and it takes, and this car is dependent on the engine. Okay, I hope so you have understood the concept that we have an engine, we have a class engine, and we have a car which is dependent on engine. So we have passed this engine as a constructor to this class. Okay, so this was basically what is dependency injection. Let me comment this code out for you so that you can have it later on. Okay, so we are good to go. What is dependency and what is dependency injection? So you can see this is a very small example, for dependency injection. Now just imagine when we have several dependencies, like a class needs several dependencies to work on, so that might create a trouble for you guys. Okay, so instead of that, so handling that is made a lot easier by Dagger Hilt, which helps in dependency injection. So I hope so you remember that this Hilt Android app is like an entry point. It helps our application to understand that yeah, please handle all the dependencies which are required inside this application. Okay, great. Now let's come over here in the UI part. We'll be needing few files, like let's create a package called, let's say, screens, we'll be needing a UI component which will be holding screens, and we'll be needing another package which will handle the navigation, like user should be redirected when the app is launched, so where should the user be redirected. Okay, this is for the navigation. Now we need to create another package over here. Let's create it and name it as data. This will handle all the data creation, and we will be needing another package. This will be called DI. This will handle all the dependency injection work, and I hope so. Think this much is enough for right now. So let's make few files inside the data. We will be needing few packages. Okay, we'll be needing another package which will be named as entity. We'll be defining all our data class over here. Let's name it as entity. Now we'll be needing another package which will be called resource state. Guys, just relax, don't be worried like that sir is creating so much of packages like that, how they are going to work, how they are interconnected. Just relax, I will try to explain it as simple as possible. But just for now, create all these packages so that we can easily navigate between the things, and when we can navigate through the things, then everything will be connected, like every dot will be connected. Let's name it as resource state, like what is the state of a resource. Okay, now let's have another package. This will be called as API. We'll be handling. Okay, this was not meant to be inside this. Let's have another package. Let's call this an API. This will be handling all the API calls, basically what API calls we get. And the last one which we need is a repository. Okay, we are done from here. We have created all our files. I hope so you have also created this with me. We have a resource state, we have an API, we have an entity, and we have a repository. Let's first come over the API part. And inside this API, we'll be creating another file. Let's name it as weather API. So guys, basically we are going to use the openweather.org for this call. Let's me introduce you with that. Just come over this website, openweathermap.org, and get their API. You can get their API keys after you sign up for them. Okay, just come over here, this APIs. You'll be seeing some sort of documentation, etc., etc. Just come over here and then come into these my API keys. You will be getting your API key over here once you are logged in. Get that API key, and now let me move further. I hope so you are able to retrieve that API key. Now what this interface should be like. Okay, my mistake, it should not be a class, this should be an interface actually. Please pardon me. Let's name it as weather. Okay, great. We have an interface called weather API. So inside this interface, what we'll be needing? We'll be needing some, let's say I'll be needing weather. What we are searching for? Basically, we are searching for weather. Okay, great. Let's import this get. Okay, it's imported now. Now inside this get, let's have a suspend function. Okay, for now I think so. No, this suggestion is not actually accurate. So let's get with the accurate one. What we need here is a suspend function which will be working with the queries which we need. Let's have a suspend function that says get weather. Yeah, this much is correct, but we actually don't need all this. Let's name it as get weather. Okay, but yeah, we can import this query. This query is imported. We need what we need for to fetch a data. We need the city name, right? We need the API key, and we need the unit. Okay, we need the city for which we are going to fetch the data. Let's name it as Q and remove this code from here and say city name. It will be of type string. Great. Now next thing which we need is an API ID which will be also of type string. Now where we need to get this API string from, that is the most important part. Don't ever hard code your API key inside your application. Never hard code your API. This is the rule number 1. Always declare it somewhere else and use a reference to call it. Okay, now let's get to it. We have an API key of type string. Let's say we will be getting this from build.config.api keys. Now you might be wondering that what is this build API keys? Let's first of all import this. Inside this build configuration, we don't have an API key right now. We haven't declared it. Okay, so let's just come over here. Meanwhile, let's just correct it. We need a units which will be of type string, and let's name this unit as metric units. Okay, we are good to go from here. Now this whole interface is returning something in response. This suspend function is returning something in response which is of type weather response. Means this suspend function is giving something in return which is of type weather response. Now let's try to understand what is this weather response. Actually, this weather response is a kind of entity which we need. Let's name it as, this will be a data class. So this is what we needed. This is our weather response. Let's import this over here. Okay, now we should not see any sort of error. Now let me get back to here this build configuration.api key, what this thing is. First of all, let's come to our demo app which we have already made. So come over this local properties and declare your weather API key over here. I have my API key. You can use your API key which you will be getting. Just come from this local and paste it over here. As simple as this. Now what's this error showing? What we need to do is just come over here in this build.gradle.kts and we need to write, or you need to just copy some sort of code. Just come to this Gradle and copy this code. Just simply copy this code. Basically, this thing is getting the API key from that file. Just come over here, and I think so we need to paste it inside the Android. Okay, I don't. Where is it? Okay, we need to paste it before Android. Let's just come over here and copy this much amount of code and paste it over here simply. This has made the necessary imports. Okay, great. Now what we need to add is this build configuration field. Add API keys to the build config. This is what we wanted. That's why that build config was showing that there is no API key over there. Now let's come over here inside this default config and paste it over here. We need to do one more thing. Which we need to do is, let me show you. Yep, in build features, make this value true, make the build config true. I hope so. We are done from here. Let's try to sync our application and see whether it creates some issue or it is totally correct. Now let's come over our API, let the Gradle sync, let's give it some amount of time. Okay, great. Now still it shows some issue. Okay, let me see whether I can. Okay, I think so. There is some issue right now also. Let's come over here and compare the code which we have added. I think so something is missing or misplaced. Let's have a look over here. Actually, this thing is getting that API key which you have stored in this local.properties and providing us to inside our application. So that's a very good approach of hiding your API key. So when you are uploading your file to GitHub, you can just simply ignore that particular file. Okay, we have our local properties over here. We have local properties, we have defined it, we have the API key, okay great, then Android folder. Then inside the default configuration, we have a build config, type string, API key, okay great. We have everything lined up. Okay, just add this thing more, just add this capped. This one missing. Add this thing. Build times, release, I think so there is no issue, but I don't know why. Might be I need to clean the project. Yeah, I think so. That's only the issue. Just like, yeah, that's only the issue which we are facing. Let's sync this once again and try to rebuild and clean our application. I hope so the problem will be solved till then. Yeah, let's come over here, then build. Let's clean our project and give it some time. The project is now cleaned. Now let's come over again and then build, then rebuild our project. I hope so this should resolve our issue. If it also doesn't resolve it, then we will be invalidating the cache and then restarting our application. That will definitely remove this error. I think so this will be enough for this. Let me just recall you, this is an interface called weather API. This will be dealing with our API for getting the data. Here we have a query for getting the city name, and we have another query which is called units, and we have an app key. We have an app ID called API key. Okay, this thing is taking some sort of time. Let's name it to unit meanwhile. Actually units. I'm not skipping the video to just make sure that yeah, you also, if you also faces the same issue, then following this step will resolve the error which you are seeing. Okay, we are seeing some sort of error which says we need a top level declaration. Okay, just remove it from here. And we need to add some file. Let's name it as val name, and it will be of type string. And just simply, let's get back to this and try to rebuild our application. Okay, now I think so there is some sort of error. Let me resolve it. Okay, I got the error. The error was nowhere but here. We have imported this from the dependency which we have added for the SVJ. That was not it was being meant to. It was meant to be from our application. Yeah, it should be from right here. Add this dependency. Just import com dot your application name, then build configuration. This should solve the issue. It again says we need to add some dependencies to the module. Just simply add this dependency. Let's import this. Okay, we are good to go. We need to edit this com.example.weatherappdemo, then build configs. We have resolved this error. Okay, that was it for this error. This was a very minor error. That was just an import error. You can have over here, you can take the screenshot or type the code. This is a very little bit of code. Actually, this is saying that there is a variable called local properties. This is getting inside our local properties, and we are having the API key called local properties dot get property. We are getting the property weather API, and by default we have set its value to 0. Then inside the build configuration we have declared and used it. Okay, this was all good. Now let's come over here and define our data type for our application. Okay, you need to add these things. First of all, we had a name. Let me just get it over there. Yeah, now it's pretty good. Now what we need just follow me guys. We need a variable main, which this will be also of type string, and will be okay, sorry, this will be of type main. We'll be needing something called val weather, which will be returning us a list of weather, like yeah, what is the weather right now. And this main is also not available to us right now. We'll be making it available. Now we need something else. We need wind. What's the wind? Yeah, great. Okay, so we are done with this one. Now let's have another data class. That data class would be main. Now let's declare this data class over here. We'll be having a variable called temperature. We'll be having humidity. We'll be having another variable called pressure. This will be of type double again. Let me just add comma over here. Then what else should we have? Just add a guess. We should have like feels like. You might have seen like in Google Weather when you'll be using you can see a field called the feels like. Let's say what the temperature actually feels like. It's basically that. Okay, so we have this double ready. Now we need another data class which says weather. Yeah, it's giving some sort of suggestions. It will be not taking this much of icons. It will be having some more things. Let's have a variable called icon. It will be of type string. We'll be having something more. We'll be adding a variable called main, and this thing will be of type string. Okay, I have already declared it, I think so. We have main, we have description, we have icon. Let's have an ID. Yeah, this thing, but this should also be of type string, and let it be nullable. Okay, for speed, let's just simply have a variable called speed, and this will be of type double. We are done with the data response. Now what we need is to have a resource state. That yeah, what is the state of our resource? that whether the data is being loading, the data is being fetched, or data there is some sort of error. Okay, let's come over here inside our resource state and make a new Kotlin class file. Actually this will be a sealed class. Let's name it as resource state. Great, let's have a work on this. Let me name this class as sealed class. Great, we have a sealed class called resource state. Okay, now let's work over it. Let's have a class. Let's have a class say loading. That the data is being loaded. That the data is being loading. Okay, this will take something as an input. Then this will be of type resource state. Great. Now we'll be having a data class. Let's say it as success. Yeah, that the data is being loaded. Similarly, great. Now let's have another data class says error. This will take something as like the error can be of any type. So let's name it as any and say it as error. Okay, great. We have this resource state completed. Okay, now what we need to do is inside our repository. Inside this repository, we'll be creating a new Kotlin class file. Let's name this Kotlin class file as weather repo. I know you might be wondering that what we have done till now. Let me just give you a quick recall. We have a weather API which gives something us in response, which is of type data class, which we have declared just now. We had something called resource state, which basically is not connected to something right now, which means just simply means that the data is being loaded, or the data is being loaded, or there is some sort of error while loading the data. So I hope so this thing was clear till right now. Now let me get to this weather repository and use some things which you have seen for the first time. Now we'll be using here which is called inject. We are injecting a constructor, which I have already told you that we are injecting a constructor which is of type weather API. We need to inject a constructor means this weather repository is dependent on something, and we are using this head to provide the dependency. Okay, this is like this class needs some sort of constructor to work, and we are using this inject constructor which is provided by Hill, which is provided to us to inject this. Let's import this weather API which we have already declared. Now what we will be needing, we will be needing a suspend function get weather. Like this, in this suspend function we'll be getting the data of a city. Okay, for which city we need the data, we will be needing the data for a city. Means the suspend function will take the city name as an input. The city name is of type string. This suspend function, this auto code was wrong. The suspend function will be of type flow. Okay, and this flow will give us something like resource state, and inside this resource state we'll be getting weather response. I'll be explaining you this whole code just for now. Be patient and just write the code which I'm just writing over here. Okay, great. Now let's have a try block. Just copy the code with me right now. Just copy the code with me and we'll be using this. Don't worry. We need to add some imports, I guess. This is not importing by itself. Let's have an import Kotlin X dot coroutines dot flow dot flow. Okay, and let's import this also. Okay, we are seeing some sort of error over here. We need another dependent, we need another import. Yeah, this one. Okay, it's still showing us some error. Okay, great. Now let's have a try block. Inside this try block we'll be getting some sort of try statement. Let's say we'll be getting response. We'll be seeing val response, whether API.get response in the city name. Okay, then emit. This will emit something of type resource state dot success response. Great. Resource state of type success means if we are getting the response as success, then emit that response. Else we will be having a catch block which will catch the error E as exception. Okay, and then emit that error message. Emit resource state dot error. Now that error which you want to emit is the error which we get over here. Let's say E dot message. Great. Let it be an Elvis operator. Like if we are getting the response, then okay, then by default show an error occurred. Okay, great. You remember that in our application when we are running it, when no city name was entered, it was saying that in red color bad gateway. So it was the error message which we have got. Else if the error message was not there here, then we'll be getting an error occurred over here. Okay, now I know it's super confusing that what this whole repository is, this why we have created this resource state. I know that you might have understood that why we have created this resource state. Let me change it to success, and similar for here. Great, it's completed. Now you might be confused that why this resource state, why we have used this class, why C classes, what is this T represents, what is this repository. Be patient. Now let me explain you. Okay, so what is this means? Basically, this resource state means this whole sealed class resource state. Consider this as an envelope. Okay, so the loading envelope says that this is like envelope which says whether is being prepared, whether report is being prepared. Basically, it says that wait, the information is coming. No extra details, just a simple placeholder. Now, next one is success envelope. This envelope contains the actual weather report. Okay, when it's success means the report has been fetched. So it has a special pocket called data. That's why it is a data class, means it's returning some sort of data to us. Loading class, it was not giving us any kind of data. This success envelope, this is giving us some sort of data. So that's why it's a kind data class, we can say. The val keyword means once we have put the report, it cannot be swapped. That's why we have used val. We could have used val over var over here, but we preferred val. Now the error envelope, it says that yeah, the weather report couldn't be delivered, it also comes with some sort of data. Okay, now you might be thinking, why C classes? It's like having a special mailbox with only three specific type of envelopes. Okay, it's a kind of mailbox which have only three specific type of envelopes. You know exactly that what type of envelope exists. So this helps to prevent random and unexpected envelope types and helps the compiler to understand and handle each envelope precisely. Okay, I hope so you have understood this concept, that why we were using. Now let's come over here and try to understand that what is this weather repo. Now imagine this whole repository as an assistant that takes the city name, goes and fetch the weather information and deliver the updates to use. Okay, this is just like a delivery agent. This flow which I was discussing earlier, this flow is actually a conveyor belt. You know the conveyor belt, or you know that escalator which we use to go up instead of staircase? Yeah, that only. The flow is like a conveyor belt of information. Okay, now just try to imagine that, think it like a conveyor belt that sends different types of information. Okay, the suspend function get weather is like the conveyor belt control room. This tells us when to start and when to load. The first signal, the first data which is sent by the conveyor belt is this. We use emit to load the things. That the first thing is loading, means the data is being loading. We have sent the signal loading. Then we have used the try block to get the response. Okay, then we have tried to fetch the data from here. We have tried to get that data inside a variable called response. We have in response we have weather API. Inside this, since this class have a constructor, this class depends on this weather API. So in response, the response will be of type weather API dot get weather, means whatever the response of the API will be there, we will be getting the weather, and we are providing it with the city name. As you can see over here in weather API, we need some sort of city name, so we are getting the city name and then we are getting the response, and we are storing it into a response variable and then simply emitting the response with a success. Okay, then similarly we have a catch block. If something goes wrong, then conveyor belt will display that sort of message. Emit is like pushing the items onto the conveyor belt. Okay, so we have started the conveyor belt. Now we need to push the items. So emit, this emit keyword is used to push the items on the conveyor belt. Okay, each time the emit keyword is called, emit method is called, we are sending a new package information. Like conveyor belt is moving and moving and moving. First of all, it emitted resource state is loading. Okay, then the resource state is loading. Then we tried something there to get the response. If we got the response, then we will emit, and then we will throw that response in the conveyor belt and will display it. If we don't get a response, then simply we will throw an error message on the conveyor belt and it will display to us. Okay, I hope so you have understood this. Now let's get to the benefits of using this. The benefit is that we are getting the continuous updates. Okay, we are getting a better error handling, and it's very short. This code is, I think so, very short. Otherwise we have to write, check the data in every few seconds that our data is loading now, whether it is loaded or not, we got the response or not. Okay, so this was it for this weather repo. Now what we need to do is come inside this UI and we need to make one more package. I missed it. This is called view model. This is the point where we are going to connect our UI to our model. We have used view model over here, and let's have another Kotlin class file, not file actually. Yeah, just come over here and we'll be needing a new Kotlin class file named module Okay, we will be defining all our network modules inside this. All the network related things will be done in here. Let's come over here and make it as an object. Actually, we need an object over here and say that. Now again, I am warning you guys, this code is going to be very complex. But as I explained this resource state and weather repository, as easily you're going to understand this. So just be patient and everything will be sorted. We need to create this inside this module. Okay, this was my bad. Inside this module, just have a Kotlin class file. Okay. This was very big mistake done by me, or you can say it as blunder. I need to create a package inside the dependency, but I've created a Kotlin class file. That's why let's name this package as module. Now inside this module, let's have an object. Okay, I think so. I need to rename this. This was a typo error. Okay, good. We have refactored this. Now, please follow along me, guys. This is going to be simple. Just hold my hand and come with me. We have an object of network module. This is going to provide us something. Use the provide annotation. This provides, and we'll be using singleton. Just don't worry what these keywords are, what these annotations are. Simply just copy the code for now and I will explain you. This will be used for our retrofit call. That's why we have named this as network modules. We have this retrofit over here. This will be of type retrofit. Okay, here we have it. This will do something. This function is basically going to do. This is going to return us a retrofit builder. We have provided it a base URL and we need to add a converter factory. With the converter factory is going to be JSON converter factory, which dependency which we have added. I hope so you remember. JSON converter factory dot create, and then we have to build this. Okay, this part is good, well and good, very easy. Now we need to add this provide and the singleton again, and we need another function which will say provide weather API. This will provide us weather API. This takes something as retrofit, which is of type retrofit, and this will return us something of type called weather API. And this will return us retrofit dot create and weather API class dot java. Okay, we are good to go here. We need to add an annotation over here since this is a module. Okay, and we need to add some thing called install single component. Okay, so this network module is basically done. Now we can see what this thing is doing. Just if you ignore this annotations, the basic thing of this is that it has an object called network module and this have a function inside it, This function is of type retrofit, you say. This will return us something of type retrofit, and it is returning us a retrofit.builder. We are passing the base URL over here, base URL for our, say that weather API, that thing. Then add the converter factory to convert the JSON to Kotlin file. This converter factory will handle all that. Then we have a function called provide the weather API. This is going to provide us the weather API. Now just be calm and let's try to understand what is this module and what is this provides and what is this install. You can see all of the three things are provided us by Dagger and Dagger Hilt. Now let's understand. So first of all, the thing which we need to know is that why we have created an object over here. We could have created a class, we could have created an interface, but why only object? So object is like telling the Kotlin that there will be only a one copy of thing ever, means we can't create the copy of this. Okay. Now we have used singleton over here. We have used singleton. The singleton basically means that do not duplicate. It's like providing a stamp that don't duplicate. When you are making a singleton annotation, you are saying that I only want one copy of this throughout my entire app. And which is also right, you don't want to create multiple connections to a weather API. One is enough. That's why we have used provide retrofit function with singleton. Now this provides annotation is like writing a recipe. When you mark the method with provide, you are telling the application that how you want to make this thing when someone needs it. Means whenever someone needs this, just provide this thing. Suppose you are sitting in a restaurant and you ordered something, so it's like the waiter are providing you the things. So how they are being provided, that is already being decided. They're already decided. The waiter simply provides you that. And install in, we have used an annotation install in singleton component. So this is like telling your application put this box of networking stuff in the main storage room, like all this networking stuff, put it in a main storage room, which is called singleton component. It is like the highest level of storage room in our application that exists from start to the finish. Means this will exist from the start to the finish. The network always exists start to finish, but it will be used only once. Okay. If you haven't understood it now also, now let me explain you with a real life example. Imagine you are running a weather information office. The object network module is your office building. This whole object is your office building, and singleton means you have only one office building. Provides method are like your staff member who knows what to do. Provides weather API, this method is like having one dedicated person who handles all the weather related communication. This is like a person who handle all the weather related work. And when someone needs weather information, they don't create their own communication system. They go through this one person who already knows how to do it. So whenever we need to make an API call in our app, we will not go and create it. We will come to our provides retrofit, and this will give us, and because this function knows how to do it. Now this is very efficient because we don't want to create multiple connections. Everyone is able to use application at the same connection, and it is easier to manage and control one connection than many scattered connections. I hope so. This was one of the very easiest explanation that what this thing is, that what this network module and how network call is being made. So inside our dependency injection layer, we have this over here, this module, this install in, these annotations are provided to us by Dagger Hilt. This has made our work so easy, as you can see. And then resource state, all these things are completed. I hope so you have understood the data layer till now. Now we are going to work inside our UI work. Inside this UI, first we need the view models and screens. Okay guys, the composable function is going to be very complex. The UI of this application seems to be simple, but there are several things going in the back end. So be patient and be with me. I guarantee you after watching this video, you will not be watching any other video to understand Dagger Hilt and MVVM architecture. Now let's get to view model and create some files. Let's make a new file over here, say Kotlin class file. We will name this as weather view model. Okay, let's hit the enter. We are good to go from here. Inside this weather view model, the first ever thing which we need to do is adding an annotation which says, guess what, hilt view model. This will provide us by Dagger hilt. Now let's try to inject something. This will also be needs something. This class is dependent on something. So let's try to inject a constructor. First of all, let's import it. This constructor will be of type val weather repository, and this will take weather repository as an input. Then this is of type view model. Okay, great. Now let's come inside this class and create some methods. Okay, we have to create a private variable. Let's say it as weather state. Now remember guys, why we are using private here, then we'll be creating another variable of same type. We'll not be using private over there. We are having a mutable state flow. Let's import this mutable state flow or type resource state, and let's get this from response. Okay, this variable is created. This states the weather state for. Now let's have another variable called weather state. This will be of type weather state. No, this weather state will be much different. This weather state variable will be of type state flow, not mutable, but state flow, resource flow, and resource state. Let's just import this and we are assigning it to weather state dot as state flow. Again, don't get bothered. I will explain you is as simple as possible. Okay, we must have just remove this pre-built code from here right now. We should have another private variable called city name. This city name is of type mutable flow. Let's say the city name, you can name your city as here. By default, let me say is Delhi, because I'm living in Delhi. Okay, so here is it. We have provided a city name which is a mutable state flow. It's type Delhi. Now create another variable called city name. This will be of type state flow. Consider it as a string, and city name dot as state flow. Again, don't get confused. Come over here, create a init block. Inside this init block, let's call the function get weather. I think so we need to make an import. Okay, great. Now we need to make a get weather function. Let's come over here and create a method called get weather. This function will help us to get the weather from the backend and assign it, and we'll be using our UI part to assign this. The basic working of this view model is like this: is getting the data from backend to a broker, say, and that broker is this view model, and this view model will be further transferring the data to the UI. Let's create this broker now. This will be of type view model scope. Now let's launch this scope. Again, don't get worried, I will explain you what this scope is. That actually there are many different types of scope. Coroutine scope, so that's like a view model scope. Let's have a repository dot get weather data. Weather repository dot get the weather data. We are setting the city name dot value. We are using this city name inside this get weather. Okay, so now let's try to understand the flow. Inside this get weather method, we are using weather repository dot get weather method, and we are, since it takes the city name as an input, we are providing its city name dot value. We are providing this city name here, and then we are trying to collect latest. We are trying to collect the result. Let the result be okay. Let the result be weather state dot value is equal to result. Let's assign it over here. Okay. So we have assigned the weather state dot value, means whatever the value of this weather state to result. The work of this method is this much only, to fetch the data from here. This will provide us the fetch data. Now let's have another function if the user want to update the city name. Let's say update city. This will take something as new city as an input, which will be of type string, obvious. Now inside this method we'll be assigning the city name, which is provided by this user, and then we'll be calling the get weather method again. Okay, this was it for our view model. Now be patient and concentrate yourself. Let's understand this, what this hilt view model means, and what this class, why I've created two variables of same name, and let's get to it. Okay, so this hilt view model and this inject constructor, let's first understand this. So think it of like as an ID badge that says I need specific tools to do my job. Okay, so it's like you need some tools to do your job. The inject is like telecare application. Please give me the tools so that I can work. So it's saying please give me the weather repository so that I can work. Okay, now this says class weather view models private repository. We are discussing about this class. This is of type view model. This is like a manager who is in charge of handling all the weather data, means this is handling all the weather data, and actually it is a helper repository that knows how to fetch the information. Actually in our repository we were fetching the information, right? We are trying to fetch the information, and this view model is like a helper which is helping us to fetch the data. Okay, it has extended view models, means it can survive the screen rotations and configuration changes. Since this class is extended as view models, means it can uh, remain, and means it can survive all the rotations. Suppose you change from landscape to portrait, then it will be able to survive that rotation. We have some state management now over here. We have a private variable says weather state. We have a dash over here. This is a mutable state. Think it like a bulletin board that can be updated. Only a view model can post the update. Okay, this means this is like a bulletin board which can be updated, and only view model can update that bulletin board. Others can only read this. We will be using this further, means other can only just read the data. We like UI will be able to read the data and display it, but it can't change something, right? The change should be made by the backend, that by the model. So we are using it over here as a model, then passing it over as a constant variable, means as a state flow, which we'll be using further in our UI. I hope so you have understood this. Now the city management is similarly, this is like having the loading the city name. It starts with the city called Delhi. Then again, only on the view model can change the city name, means when we want to change the name of the city, then view model can only change the city name, means we will getting the new city name from the UI. Then that city name will be passed to the view model, and then from the view model we will be going to fetch the data with the help of weather repository and all that network calls which we have done over there. Okay, so I hope you have understood that what this update city works. As soon as the manager is hired, as soon as the manager is created, it immediately fetches the data. This is done by the init block. Okay, I hope so you have understood the concept. The weather view model is like the information desk manager. This whole thing is like the desk manager. Okay, the repository is like assistant who knows how to fetch the weather information. The state flows are like displaying and showing the current information. I hope so you understood this concept, that why we have used this weather state and then again a weather state variable, means we are getting this view model only able to change the data. Okay, so weather state, this will be using to represent this in UI, means we'll be using that weather state, and then accordingly we'll be using it in UI. And as soon as this weather state, this one changes, this will be changed, and then UI will be updated. Now in the city one, the default city is Delhi. Then if you want to change the city name, then it will get the city name from the UI part and transfer it over here, then fetch the weather accordingly. This health view model annotation which we have provided it over here, this serves many application. The basic application is that it tells the health, the Android dependency injection tool which we are using over here, that yeah, hey health, this is a view model, this needs some special handling. So it automatically manages the view model's lifecycle. It helps to inject the dependencies. In this case, it's our weather repository. So what the benefit it serves is that without Hilt, we have to manually create the view models and all its dependencies. But with Hilt, it automatically create the view models and provide all the necessary dependencies. For example, if we don't have the Hilt, then we need to create a variable called val repository, then we need to import that weather repository, then we need a val view model, then that view model will extend the repository, something just like this. Let me explain you. It will be very difficult task for us if to do like that. Let's say we need to have a val repository, and that repository will be of type weather repository. Okay, then we'll be using this inside a view model, then like this. Okay, so this is a very lengthy process, like you can say, but Daggerhilt does it without any problem. It manages the scopes, ensure that view model lives as long as it's associated or the fragment survives. Okay, I hope so this view model thing is also clear to you, and I have explained it in a very simple manner, that what is the purpose of this Hilt view model annotation and how these things view models and how the data from UI is being covered. I hope so it's clear to you. Okay, I can see some error over here. Let me see. Okay, that error is nothing. Okay, so we are done over here. We have created our view models, we have created our themes. Now let's get to screens, and then last part would be the navigation. Now this is going to be the UI part, and this is going to be the very important part, because we are going to make the UI, actually we are going to make the whole UI in one go. Like the backend part have this view model and this, then many other files, but this whole composable is going to be a little bit of lengthy, as you can say, and it will be requiring some many amount of imports. So now let's get started and see. Let's name this as weather weather screen. Okay, inside this, let's start working on the UI. The first thing, we need a composable. Let's have a function. That function is like getting the weather content. This is the weather content. This function will take something as an input. This will take weather as an input and display the weather response. Okay, so you know that whatever the response we will be getting, we'll be displaying that with the help of this composable. Now let's have another composable. This composable will be like weather main card. This will hold all the main card data. I will explain you there. This will also return us. This will be of type weather response. Great. Now the another composable which we want is a weather grid. Now let's have some another composables too. This will also take us that weather response, right? Let's have our another composable which is weather icons. This will be using all the icons to update it. Like when it snows, it will show the snow icon, then when it is the rainy, then that drop one. So it's like that. Let's say function weather icon. This will take something as condition, like what's the condition, and let's take it as string. Okay, great. Now we need to have something like another composable, say let's say temperature info. This will also take something as input. This will say, let's say label. It will be of type string, and this will take something more as an input. That will be value. This will also be of type string. Okay, so this composable also ready. We'll be having one more composable. There are many composable, as I said. This is going to be a lengthy code, but don't worry, I will explain you. Let's name it as weather detail card. Okay, great. This will be taking some input, let's say icon. This will be of type image vector. This thing will also take the value as a string and label as a string. Okay, not unit, it should be label. Okay, this composable is also done over here. Now we need a main composable where we will be combining all these composables and displaying it. Okay, we need a main composable upon which we have named our application. Let's say it weather screen. This will be our weather screen where we'll be combining all these composables. Say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the 6 composables over here. And yeah, I missed one more composable. You might be thinking how many composable does sir have more? We need another composable at search bar, right? We need a search bar. We need something as an input. Let's say it as a value. We need some value, and we need some another thing on value changed. This will be of type string and return something as unit. Okay. Few more UI components we need to have. We need to have a loader indicator. Actually, we are learning UI making also, so that will be very beneficial for you guys if you learn advanced UI making. We'll be having a UI indicator, sorry, loading indicator, and the last composable which we are ever going to have in this application is an error screen, or say error content. Okay, so all the UI is now just completed. Now we need to design the UI. So let's get started. I would suggest you to take a little bit of break. If you are just scrolling along with me, please pause the video, go and get yourself some coffee or tea, whatever you like, and then let's get back to it. Now, inside this weather column, we need a column actually, and inside this column, let's have some modifier. Okay, I think so. We need to import this property. Yeah. This should not be inside here, it should be here. The first thing is we need is to fill the maximum width of the screen, which we not. Then we need what we need a vertical scroll, means this can be scrolled a little bit. Let's add it. Let's have a vertical scroll, and let's try to remember the scroll state, where the scroll state is actually. Let's import this. Okay, great. Now we need a little bit of padding. Yeah, 16 density pixel is very fine, I guess. Let's import this density pixels also. Now what else we need is a horizontal alignment is equal to alignment dot center horizontally. Okay, now we have the main weather display. This weather content will take some of these UI to display them. Okay, means it's like a big box. Inside that big box we'll be using these components, and we'll be aligning those components, like we should display the temperature right here. Then okay, just let me show you. It's like having this box, having all these things aligned. Okay, it's closed. Having all these things aligned and then displaying them, like this will be here, then this snow will be displayed over here. It's everything like that. Okay, now let's get back over here and try to make this. This will have our, so first of all we'll be having weather main card, which will take something as weather. Then we will need a spacer, actually spacer, and then modifier dot, let's provide it some sort of height, that say 24 dot density pixels. Great. Then we'll be having weather grid details. Now let's get to design our weather main card. Okay, inside this weather main card, first of all let's have a surface. Inside this surface we need to have modifier. Let's fill the maximum width as obvious. What we need is a clip. This will be rounded corner shape. Let's say it as 24 dot density pixels. Okay, this is quite well. Okay guys, now we need some sort of things over here which I must tell you, which is inside this theme folder over here. We need to add some sort of custom colors and custom themes. Okay, so you can see we have some by default light theme and by default theme. Let's come over here and copy the theme code. Let's come over here inside this color. We have defined some new colors. You can see you can use them, or either just come to the theme one and simply just copy this code. Remember to change this package. Let's come inside the theme, and we have to change few more things, which is this weather app demo theme. Where else this name is being used? Nowhere. Okay, first of all great, we have this weather app demo theme. Now let's change the package. Great, we have our package ready. Now what we need to do is we need to have some colors. Now let's get here and change our color file. Actually, remove this, paste this code, change the package. Okay, we are good to go here. We have defined our colors. Our theme is okay. Wait a minute, we need to change this also. Okay, let's have a shorter way. Simply copy this, press Ctrl F, type it over here. Okay, where was it? Let me remember. Actually, it's like we can use multiple cursors too. We can have a shortcut for there. We have simple functionality to replace it. Actually, I'm not able to get that. I think so. Yeah. Now let's copy the code which we are getting. This one. Great. Replace all. So it's done. So that's how we replace the things. Okay, everything is on point. I think so we have done. Now let's get back. Before getting back, let's add one more file over here which we'll be needing, which is custom icons. Actually, in this project we are using some custom icons. So let's name it as icons, and inside icons let's create a new Kotlin class file. Let's say it will be an object. Name it as weather icons. Okay, great. For now let it be empty, and let's come back to our screens folder. Here we have our weather screen, and we were working on, okay, where we were on our weather main card. We have provided the clip round corners. Okay, great. Now we need to provide it some color. Let the color be material theme dot color screen dot primary container. Since this is our primary container, that's why we are providing it as this. Let's import this. Okay, this primary container color is this one. Or if we want, we can have like, let's come over here. Let's say it as, okay, let's say it as primary light inside our theme. Okay, for now just let it be primary container. Then what we need to have a little bit of elevation over here. Okay, not here. We need to have a little bit of elevation. Let's say tonal elevation, that will be equal to 4. Let's say, yeah, 4 dot density pixel. 4 density pixel is a very good number. Okay, we are good to go from here. Inside this we'll be having a column. Inside this column let's have a modifier. Inside this modifier let's provide it some padding. Let's say 24 density pixels again. And what we need to do is we need to horizontally align this. Horizontal alignment is equal to alignment dot center horizontally. So we are working on this main part. We have provided this clip. You can see over here we had a surface which says fill the maximum width. We have this surface ready. This is having some sort of elevation. Then we have provided the color theme. We have provided a tonal elevation. Now we have a column inside it. Inside this column we will be inserting the things. Now you remember the function which we have, weather grid details. This you can see is that the grid. Yeah, this we are working on weather grid details. We have this alignment dot center horizontally. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to display this icon over here. We need to display this icon accordingly. Okay. Now how we can go to do this? We'll be using a weather icon to display it. Now it took something as condition. So weather dot first journal, let's say first journal dot main with an Elvis operator. If the value is provided then good, let's say, else let the weather be clear. Let's say if I have some sort of weather like it's raining, it's icy or it's cloudy, then it's good. Otherwise just simply display clear. Now we need to have a spacer of height 16 density pixels, let's say. Then what we need to have is this text where we are going to display the temperature. Okay, now let's have a text view. The text will be $, weather dot main dot temperature dot round to, I think so I did something wrong, just a minute. This should be like this. Yeah, weather dot main dot temp. Before doing this, let's just try to round this off and let's say it to round to the integer value, because we need an integer value. Then let's say degree Celsius. Okay, since we are displaying the temperature in Celsius, as obvious. Okay, great. Now let's try to edit something. Now we need some sort of style. One more thing we will be copying, which is typography. We need some material theme dot typography dot display large. We need some large text. Then what we need some color, material theme dot color. Let's say on primary container, this is the primary container color. This color is for primary container. Okay, great, we are done here. Okay, what we need to have other thing, this text is done. We have displayed this text and we have said something. Okay, now what we need to do, we need to have a text that shows that whether that thing is rainy or not, or something else. Like here it shows the snow, then something else. Let's have, okay, just a minute. Let me, yeah, this is good. Inside this column, let's have, this is the column which we are working on. Here, from here the column is started. Let's have a text which will be displaying the text which is like weather dot weather first or null description or not description, weather dot weather dot first or null. Then we will having a safe null call we'll be decoding description dot capitalize. We'll be uploading the description. If the description is available, then we will display it, else we will be displaying a null string. Okay, my mistake. Done. Now what we need to have some style. Let's say title.large on primary color container. Now we need to have some spacer. This thing is done. Now we need to have some space between these and display these things. Since these things are displayed in a row, we'll be requiring a row, but before that let's have a spacer modifier. Let's have some sort of height. Let's say it has 16 dot density pixels. Okay, great. Now let's have a row over here. Inside this row, let's first import this. Import this composable one. Now inside this row, let's have a modifier. Let's similarly fill the maximum width. And the horizontal, let the horizontal arrangement is equal to arrangement dot space evenly. So these things will be placed space evenly, mean this distance, this, and this distance will be equal. Let's inside this row, let's display the temperature information. We are using this temperature information. Let's provide the label feels like. This is quite well, and then provide a value. Inside this value, let's provide this. Great. We are providing the temperature over here, which is the feels like value. Okay, we are good to go. Now here we need to display something more. We need to display temperature info once again, and then we'll be providing the humidity, and then we'll be providing the pressure. No, I don't think so. It was that. It was low and high. Let's represent the low and high. Let's call this temperature info again. Let's call this temperature info again, and this time let's set this as low and high. Let's set the low to the main dot temperature. We'll be getting this value. Let's say we have some dummy values which say main.temp. Let's say -5. Enclose this inside here. Okay, we are good to go. Similarly, just come over here and add some dummy value. Let's say +5 main.temp. Okay, we are good to go here. We have our minimum value, we have a maximum value, and this thing is done. Now we need this weather details grid. This returns something as a weather grid response. It takes something as an input. Let's have a column. Oh, not composable. Let's have a column. Inside this column, let's have the vertical arrangement is equal to arrangement dot spaced by. Okay, I'm not getting this. Let me type. Yes, we need this space by 8 density pixels. Okay, great. Now what we need to, let's just increase it to 16, the multiple. Okay, great. Now I'm happy. Now inside this column scope, let's have a row inside it. This row will have a modifier. Actually, we are working upon this part now, this grid part. In this row, we'll be having humidity, wind, pressure, this. Inside this row, let's have a modifier dot modify dot fill the maximum width of, okay, not maximum, yeah, the fill the maximum width. Then we need to provide a horizontal arrangement, not the space between. Let's say spaced by 16 density pixels. So these things will be spaced by 16 density pixels. Okay. Okay, now inside this row, let's call our weather detail card. We'll be calling our weather detail card. In this, we'll be providing some icons. This will be providing icons. The icon, first of all, let's provide it icon dot outlined dot air. I think so this will show an error, right? And we need to make an import, which we are going to make. But first of all, let's just complete this. Okay, we have the wind speed with the meter per second, and we have a label. The label would be wind. Okay, great. Similarly, in another row, we'll be having another space bar, and we'll be using another detail card, and we'll be displaying this we are working in a row. In a row we had this, we displaced this, and then another row we'll be displaying this, the pressure, and then again we'll be calling for the visibility and then wind speed. Okay, actually it should be icons over here. Yeah, now let's import this and everything is resolved. Now let's import this air also. Now what we need to have after this AR1, we need to have another row. Make sure that it's inside this. With this row will have the same. Make sure that it's inside the column. Yeah, it's not inside the column. This should not be here. Actually, what I meant to say is that we have a column scope, and inside this column we have two rows, and inside one row we have two components. So we had a column. Now inside that column we'll be having two rows. In first row we'll be having the first detail card, like this we have, and we'll be having a second weather detail card. We have our another weather detail card, and in this one we will be having, I think so, let's have, if we have humidity over here, then let's say we can have some air speed or wind speed, let's guess. Okay, so if we have humidity over here, let's get the air speed from icons. Let's get the icons dot outlined. Let's get the air. Yeah, it's well and fine here. And for the value, let's provide it the value. Yeah, here as it shows wind speed. Make sure that it's meter per second. Okay, just remove this label from here, and we are good to go. We have our wind speed here. Make sure to add a modifier over here. Let the modifier be modifier dot weight. Let's provide it some weight, and the weight should be 1f. Yeah, so this is all good. Now we have our first row ready. Now what we need to do is we need to have a second row. Now let's have a second row over here. Inside the second row, first of all, let's just copy this. We will be needing the same thing. Let's copy this code from here, and inside this let's paste this. Okay, we are good to go. And similarly we will be needing two weather detail cards there also in the second row. In that we will be displaying some different content. They will not be the air and humidity. Instead, let's just use visibility and pressure. Okay, so let's come over here and provide it pressure, and here let's the label be visibility. Great. Now let's change the icon. The icon should be compress, I guess. So we use compress to show the pressure. We use some sort of compression like that. And for the visibility, let's use, I think so, yeah, it's good. Now the main thing which we need to do is to change the value to pressure, and instead of pressure we can, sorry, instead of wind speed, here we can provide it visibility. Okay, I guess so. Let's set the value to 10 kilometers for right now. I think so. We don't have the parameter visibility from our API. As far as I remember, I need to make a check for that. But for this, just now let's have a hard-coded value with the visibility is 10 kilometers. Okay, great. Now let the weather icon composable be worked on. We need a val. We need a val icon. This val will be able to display all the icons which we can see over here. This icon, we will be able to see this. Okay, let's get to it. Let's have a val icon. We'll be having a when statement. Okay, let's have when statement. So I need to say that when the condition is clear, display the sunny one. When the condition is something like cloudy, then display this. And whether it's like that, when it's raining, then display this. Okay, I think so. We need to have the imports. I just missed this here. Yeah, we are good to go. Now we are having an AC. Now one thing I need to have is this no one. Else by default, then I want to display if no weather detail is being displayed, then I just want to display that yeah, weather is sunny. Okay, that's good. Now this we have defined here. Now let's get to our drawable. We need an icon which we need to display. Before that, we need to import this. Let's make the import. Okay, we've imported this. Now let's get to it and have some image vector of type icon and then provide it some modifier. Let the content description be the condition. According to condition, the icon shall be displayed. Let's provide it some size, 120 density pixels, and provide it some color. Okay, then we are good to go. Now the next thing which we have is a temperature, in which we will be displaying the temperature. Like here, we are displaying some sort of temperature. Okay guys, now let me tell you one thing. If we are going to make all the composables from scratch, it's going to make this video too much lengthy. So instead of doing that, I'm just going to copy the code from my previous project, but I will explain you the whole code from there. So don't worry. Now let's copy some sort of code, cause that will be too lengthy if we keep writing code from scratch. Okay, let's have this temperature info. In this temperature information, this will take two things, one as the label and one the value. Label will be shown over here and one the value will be shown over there. Okay, here we can see we have a column, means we have a column like this. We have arranged it in center. Then inside that column, the first thing which we need to have is a text which will display the temperature, and the second thing will be what's the condition. Like in this column, this is a column which is centered. The first thing which will be displayed, these two things 10 and fall, these two things are inside a column, so they are centered, and the first thing which will be displayed is the temperature and second thing will be the condition. Okay, this is what I meant. So let's just copy this composable from here and let's paste it here. I hope so you have understood this temperature composable. This was quite simple for us. Now the next thing which we need to have is a weather detail card. This weather detail card will have a surface. First of all, it will take few things as an input. It will take some icon, then value and label. Now let's understand what this is trying to display. Okay, this will be displaying with an icon. Inside a column, we are having icon, then we are having some spacer, then text, then again some text. So basically this means we have a column. Inside that we had some text and then again we had some label. We are actually discussing about this column one. Okay, now let's copy this. This is going to be very simple one. This is not very complex one. Means it's we are discussing about this one. We are discussing about all the details of this weather. Okay, so we are working on this. Okay, great. We have this weather detail card. Now the main thing which we are going to work on is a weather screen. Okay, now we have to understand this concept very clearly. Now first thing, now let's get to the coding. Let's see over here in this composable we have a val which says the weather state and we have a val which says the city name. Now let's get serious over here. The first thing which we need to have is that this weather screen is of type view model. of weather view model, and this is of type health view model. Okay, now let's get to the coding part. We need to have a val which says weather state by view models, means we are getting this weather state by the view models dot weather state. We are getting this weather state from here. We remember this view model one, I told you that we will be using this. So we got our weather state from the API, we got the response. Now we are displaying it to the UI. Now we are using this weather state to display it in our UI. Since UI can't change the weather state, so we have used it at state flow. But the response which we are getting from the backend can be changed. So we are using mutable state flow over here. So we are using that response to store it in another variable, and that variable is used to display inside the UI. Remember, UI is not able to change the state, that's why we have used their state of. Now similarly, what we need to have is a city name. We are also getting the city name from the view models by city name over here. As you remember, whatever city entered by the user is simply entered there, and we are fetching the data with for that particular city. Okay, now let's have some UI components. Let's have a box. As far as we remember, the box one, let's provide this the maximum size. Let's provide it some padding. The padding, let's say 16 density pixels. We have provided it some padding. Okay, I think so it was not 16. It was 24 density pixels. Okay, great. After this padding, let's have some background. Now inside the background we will be using something called brush. As you can see over here, these have two attributes. One was for the color and one was for the brush. Okay, so we'll be using the brush one. Let's provide it the vertical gradient, and inside this vertical gradient we'll be providing color. Actually we are providing gradient over here. Okay, so let's provide the color dot. Okay, my bad, that the color should be a list of colors actually, cause we are displaying more than one color in the gradient. A list of colors which is like material theme dot color scheme dot, let's say surface, and then we'll be needing another color. Again, let's say material theme dot color scheme, no, not typography, dot color scheme. Now let's say surface variant. Okay, we are good to go. We have our surface ready. It shows some error. Okay, yeah. Okay, great. We have our now background ready. Now the another thing which we need to have is let's just align this code a bit. Now the another thing which we need to have is a column. Inside that column we'll be having our this search screen. Actually we are trying to set up the whole screen now. So we have set up this much. Now we need to set up our search bar. We need to have a search bar. Okay, so let's try to get our search bar. So let me see whether this where this box actually closes. Let me have a look. Okay, so from here let's have a column. Inside this column, first of all, the first thing which you need is a modifier in general, which we require always. Let's have a modifier. Let's provide it to fill the maximum width. Sorry, fill the maximum size. Okay, after this fill maximum size, let's provide it some padding. Let the padding be 16 density pixels this time. Then after this, what we need to have is a horizontal alignment, in which we want alignment dot center horizontally, and we are good to go from here. Now let's come inside this column and add our enhance search box, which is like this, which is our function search bar enhance. Actually I just named it, you can name it anything. This search bar takes something as value, which is the city name, which the user enters in the city name, and upon the change of the value, we are updating our view model. Now as I said over here, now remember this thing which I am telling you, we have an update function over here, right? So we are getting the response from the user, we are getting the city name from the UI, transferring it to the view model, and from view model that city name is being updated in the backend, and the data for that city is being fetched, and then again it is coming to view model, it's coming over here weather state, then this weather state is being displayed over here inside this weather screen. Understood? So from the UI part, we are getting the city, getting the city from this search bar, we are transferring that city name to our view model. From that view model, we are transferring that city name to the backend from where the data is being fetched. Then all that fetched data is coming to this weather state, and then we are using this weather state to display our thing, display the data. So this is how this MVVM architecture actually works. Okay, now let's get back to it. We need something called a spacer. So this was the main concept which I want to make you understand. Let's provide it some height. Let the height be 24 density pixels. Okay, we have the spacer ready. Now we need some sort of animation. Okay, now when you see, when I'm entering the data, we are seeing some animation, we are seeing a loading bar, then we are seeing this drop down effect. Okay, now we need to add an animation. Let me explain you here that what this is actually. Okay, so we have the spacer ready. In this animated content, we have target the state of the weather state, that what the weather state, what is the state of the weather. We have some transitions, fade in, then slide in vertically, means coming down vertically, then together fade out and slide out vertically. We have these animations actually ready. So when the state is loading, then simply show the loading indicator, which we have a composable. When the state is success, display the data. When the state is of error, then display that error message, right? Simple. Okay, now let's get here and copy this animated content code so that we can save some of our time. Now inside this animated content, let's get this when statement. I hope so this when statement was pretty clear to you. This was very simple. We just simply need to check whether the data is being loading, or the data is loaded, or the data is some sort of error. You can modify this transition, you can just use AI for this, you can have your own transition specs. Actually I like this one, so I had this one. You can have any type of transition which you love to have. You can have some things like fade out first, then fade in, or you can merge that effect like dissolve, then zoom in. You can have many of them right now. Now this is just a simple search bar. This search bar will remember the interaction source, means actually this is going to remember that what you have entered, what the user have entered. Then inside that surface we have a text field. That text field have an icon of search icon, and it's have a content description like search for city, and then it have a modifier in which we are providing it some color. Now let's copy this code from here, cause this is also very simple one. There is nothing much in this code. Let me explain you it once again. We are having this composable search bar. This search bar will have some value, and will have some value which is on change. We have an interaction resource which remember that how the user have interacted with the search bar. Then inside a surface, we have assigned it to fill the maximum width. We have clipped the corners to round, like here we can see we have clipped the corners to round. Then the first outline text field, we are using this outlined text fields. You can see over this is outline text field. The first value is the what value have user entered. On value change, we have provided it on value change. Whatever the values change, it will be assigned over here. Let the label be search the city. The label will be search city. You can see over here search city, and let the content description be search, right? This is going to search. Let's provide it a tint, which is like primary tint, which you already have. And we have a modifier again. Inside this modifier, we will be loading some sort of icons. The icon is search icon. In this modifier, we are filling it to the maximum width. Then again, we are providing it some sort of clip, then color, then again, when the border is on focus, when the border is focused. So we are changing it. Okay, so we are not we are just here. So border is not focused. So it's like this. You can simplify this code if you want. There is no need to write this much of code here. For this work, you can simplify this. Now we are just having a simple thing which is a loading indicator, and another thing which we are having is a error message. Simply we have a loading indicator, circular progress indicator, we are using this, and for showing the error message we have a different, actually you can see we are having a row over here. Let me show you. We are having a row over here, and inside that row we have an icon, and then we are having some sort of text. Okay, let's understand this. We have a surface. Inside that surface we had a row. So inside that row, that we have an icon, which as I already told, that is an error icon. Then some spacer. Let's provide it width, because we want the spacer widthwise, not vertical. We want the spacer widthwise. So we had our spacer. Then we displayed the text. With the text should be of type message, the whatever the message is. Then provided some typography and the color scheme. Let's copy this two codes from here, and then we will be almost done with the UI. Okay, so our UI is completed. Now you have to imagine one thing. When the user opens the app, so what do you think what's gonna happen? Will he be navigated to the main activity, or will he be navigated to this, which one I say, this weather application, cause this is having the hilt Android app annotation. So basically our application starts from here. So to counter this, we need to have some sort of navigation, like what to do when the user taps this, or when the user lands, which activity should be displayed first. So for that we'll be having a nav controller. Let's have a nav controller which will be of type, remember the nav controller state. Then we will be having a navigation host. This navigation controller will be the nav controller which we have already provided. And let's provide it a start destination. The start destination will be routes dot home screen, means we are starting it from the home screen. Okay, means we are starting it from the home screen, and inside that home screen, which screen should be displayed? The screen which should be displayed is routes dot home screen, and we need to display our weather screen over here. So basically this means inside this nav host we will be defining our home screen, which will be displayed. If someone tries to come to the nav host and then tries to navigate to routes.home screen, then home screen will be shown to him. This is very useful. This approach of nav host is very useful when we have multiple screens or multiple activities or multiple fragments, and we need to shift between them. Like you see a bottom navigation, when we click on this, when then another screen is open. When we click on another bottom navigation, then another fragment is opened. So this approach is very useful then when we need to have a number of screens. Okay, now then let's come on the road. Now simply describe a constant val home screen, let's be a home. I guess this is pretty clear that we are having a constant variable called home screen, and this will be of type home. We have just provided it something. Then we can have another screen like profile screen or another screen like that, and the user, when the user will tap that thing, then the user will be redirected to the, we can, in the nav host we can define that the starting destination is home screen, but when the user taps on this, then he should be directed to weather screen. When the user taps on that, then he should be directed to the profile screen. We will be covering this topic in a separate video about the nav controller, but for now just try to understand what I'm trying to say. This should be simple. Now let's come over here and make a composable. Let's say this composable function, let's say app entry point, and inside this composable let's call our home screen. Great, let's import this. Okay, this is showing some sort of error. Let me have a look why this error is there. Okay, sorry, we should not call our home screen, that's my bad. We should not call our home screen, we should call our navigation host. Yeah, this app navigation graph, we need to call this one, and inside this app navigation graph we have all our things defined that where we need to go. Now simply we need to come over here, we need to have a surface, and surface, okay, I think so this is the wrong one. Let's have a surface. Inside the surface let's have some modifier dot fill the maximum size of the screen, and then after filling the maximum size of the screen we need to have some sort of background. Now let the background be color dot white. Okay, great. Now inside the surface let's call our app entry point function. Great, I think so we are pretty much good to go. Now let's try to run the application and see what happens. Everything is completed now. Let the Gradle build, give it some sort of time. Till then, let's see the architecture of our app. We have the navigation for controlling the navigations, we have our screens, then we have our themes, we have our view models, we have our dependencies, then we have our data layer in which we have our API call, then repository, then we have a resource state. I have explained you that what is the use of all of these files. This is pretty much the device. It's being launching on device. Just few minutes. Okay, it's launched. Let's see. Okay, so this is our application. Yeah, it's pretty good. Let's try to run this. Yeah, HTTP request not found. Let's have Mumbai. Okay, so we entered the name from here. The name got to the view model. Then from view model, it got to the backend where it actually fetched the data. Then the fetch data come to the view model. Then from view model, we are displaying all this data. Okay. Okay, one thing we can say that yeah, this is some sort of like not good. Okay, let's correct it. Let's come to our code part. I think so this is should be inside our weather screens. We have to provide some sort of padding so that we can remove that overlapping from the toolbar. Actually, that whole thing is inside this weather screen. Yeah, here we need to provide the padding from the top. Okay, and I think so the problem should be solved now. I think so hot reload is on. No. Let's try to run this application again. Now this should come down from the top with 24 density pixels, and the spacing should also be reduced because now the spacing is from the top only. Yeah, everything is resolved. Okay, so I still have some error over in this code, and let me search it. This should be top of 24 pixels. I think so. I need to rebuild the project. Let's try to rebuild this. Maybe it is taking some values from the cache or something. I don't know. Let's try to rebuild this, and this will do the work. The build is finished. Let's try to run the application once again and see what happens. Let's see the result. Okay, now let's see it. Okay, great. The issue is now resolved. We can see our Delhi state over here, which is by default. Let's try to change it and see some another one if we can do. We can see everything is under control. We can see this drop, humidity, wind, and visibility. Yeah, the visibility parameter was not inside the this API parameters. That's why it's not being shown here. Let's try to see the temperature of Kargil. I hope so. There is snow. Yeah, right now there's snow. Humidity is 82%. Now let me see for, yeah, this is for Okla Vihar in Delhi. It is also almost correct, I would say. Let's see for another. Yeah, great. It's actually sunny over Ghaziabad right now. It's okay. Now let's see from some London, let's say. Okay, it's moderate rain. It's some sort of rain over there in London. Now let's see for, let's say, Canada. It's 12 degree. It's cloudy over there. Let's see for Kerala. It's 12 degree, almost lightly rain. Let's say Assam. It's great. So this was our application which we have developed right now, which you can see we have used our MVVM architecture and we have used Dagger Hilt for dependency injections. I hope so this was very clear to you. You can watch this video again if you have some sort of issues. You will be getting all of this code from the GitHub, from the caption which I have mentioned. You can get that code from there and you can take some ideas, and make sure you like and comment. You ask your doubts in the comment and suggestions, whatever you feels, and make sure to subscribe Papaya Coders and hit the bell icon so that you don't miss any of our updates, and keep subscribed to us. So guys, our second project is going to be a very simple application. This is actually a color app. In this color app, we are basically trying to get the concept of what a root database is. And just let me show you a quick demo that what this app does. This is a very simple application. Upon a tap of a button, few colors are added to your screen on the runtime, and those colors are being stored on the room database. Means you are going to learn the insertion, that how you're going to insert something in your database, that is our room database. We are going to learn that how we can make this .@DAO file, and what is this query and all this insert, and then what is this @volatile, Then at the database, we are going to learn all these annotations, what are their use, and we will be making a very simple app out of it. So basically, first of all, let me explain you that what this thing is. Actually, this thing room database is like a local database. It's like SQL-like database which we can use to perform actions. It's like in Android architecture. This provides us several advantages, like it can work with coroutines and it is very simple to implement. As if you guys have a little bit of knowledge also about SQL, so this is pretty much similar to that. We are going to learn the queries like select, from, and where. They are pretty similar to that SQL queries. So if you had a little bit knowledge about SQL, this is going to be very simple for you guys. So let me show you a quick demo of our app, that what we are going to build. So this is our basic UI. We can see empty screen. Upon click on add color, we can see one color is added and we can see that sync button is here. So upon clicking on this button, this color is synced. Let's create few more colors and keep adding colors. We can see the colors are being added at runtime, and this is a lazy column which we can see over here. And upon the click on this button, all the colors and all the data is being synced. So yeah, this was a basic UI. We'll be adding few more functionalities. One of them will be to delete and update. But first of all, let's just basically design this whole UI and complete our application, and then let's see what happens further. Let's come over here and create a new file. Let's name that file as color application, or let's say it as room.db, because we are going to work on room application. So let's say room app. So we'll be learning about rooms here. Let's give it some time till the gradle sync. And let me remind you one more thing, yeah, that there is a latest version of Android Studio which is Ladybug. So you guys can come over to this official website and download this latest version, or else you can just go to JetBrains Toolbox application, through which you can simply update your files. Let me show you. It's over here. Let's try to open this and install everything which is required by us. Yeah, so basically we have this Android Studio Ladybug installed inside my JetBrains toolbox, so I can simply open it from here. So this is our latest Android Studio which we are going to work on. I can close my previous files. Let me terminate everything. Now let me try to open my room application over here. I need to open this from my taskbar. Give me a second. So guys, we have our room application pre-built files open over here. Now first let me just give you a small intro about what the room database is. So just understand, room is a personal assistant that manages the data in your Android application. It is a SQL-like database manager that handles all the complex SQL operations for you. Okay, so basically it's a part of Android architecture only. It provides compile time verification for SQL queries. Means it catches error before your app runs. So okay, so we have something called an entity. We have an annotation which is basically called an entity. It says, hey, create this table for me. Okay, so you know in SQL we have an entity, like we have a student, then the student is entity, means that the name of the table will be student, and we will having some attributes related to student like his name, his class, etc, etc. So an entity is like create a table for me. Okay, Then each property becomes a column, like each property of that table becomes the column. Then something we have is called @DAO. That thing is called data access object. DAO is called data access object. This is how you interact with your table. Now you need to interact with your table, right? You need to do some queries, you need to perform some sort of updation, deletion. So you use @DAO to interact with the table. Like whenever you have a query, like I think so if you have any idea about SQL, then there is something like select, from, and where. I think so you might be knowing about SQL because that's a very common language. In SQL, select means that you need to select a attribute from the table, like you need to select a column. Okay, let me show you with an example that would be pretty helpful for you guys. Let's just come over here and type example of SQL table. Yeah, so here is an example table. Let's say we want to display the name of all the customers. Okay, so we have our table whose name is customer, means the entity name is here customer. So we need to have a query to fetch the name of the customer. So basically we will have select customer name from customer and then display the names. Okay, so the query will be select will select the column, from will select the table. Okay, so that's how we make some queries. We will be using @query to make a query. Like whenever you want to do something with a database, we will be using @query, and to insert something we'll be using @insert. Okay, so we have something more like database, @database annotation. That @database annotation is like your database configuration, that what we want in our database. Okay, so I think so that was just a brief summary. Now let's get to our project and I will explain you there everything. Let's get started. So first of all, we need to create some of the packages. Let's come over here, and inside this UI we need to create one more package. Let's create one package, call it as view model, cause we'll be needing a view model file over here. Okay, great. Now let's have something more. We need one more package. That package, let's call it as data. We'll be needing a data. Since we are working on a MVVM, so we'll be needing this data package, and we are handling our UI part in the UI one, and we are having our view models, as you know already. Now let's make some more packages inside this. We need a model. That model will contain our @color entity, means what shall be the color, what should be the like schema of our database, means what attributes we want basically. So that will be our data class. Let's name this data class as color entity. I told you know what an entity is. So basically we are going to make the entity for the table with this. Let's have this data class entity, and we will be writing the code over here. Before using, we need to add some dependencies. We will add just after we create all the packages. Now what we need to have some sort of data access objects, which I already told you. So, and we need a repository. Now let's create another package. Let's name it that data access object. Okay, great. Now we need to have one more package. I think so keeping this inside the data layer would be pretty much good. Let's name it as DAO. Great. Now we need to have one more thing, one more package. That package will be our repository. Great. We have our repository over here. We have our DAO file. And we need one more thing that shall be our database layer, data layer. Let's create one more package and name it as database, or let's say that data source. We can change it accordingly. Now inside our DAO, let's create a Kotlin file. Basically we need an interface over here. Let's say come over here and select interface and name this interface as color DAO. Okay, so we have our interface over here. Inside database, we need a new Kotlin class file. Actually, we need an abstract class over here. We will define it later on. Just for now, name it as color database. Okay, we are good to go from here. We have our color database ready. Then inside entity, we had our entity. Then yeah, inside repository, let's create our Kotlin class file, which is color repository. Let's name it as color repo. Okay, so we are good to go from here. We have our files ready. Now, first of all, let me tell you which dependencies do we need for this. Let's come over the Gradle, and inside the Gradle in the app module, just copy these dependencies which I am just showing you. Come over in your file, make some space and copy these files. Just copy this thing. I am giving you some time. You can either copy this from there or you can get the code from the GitHub, with the link is provided in the description, so you can go over here. Make sure guys you are subscribing and hitting the bell icon, because making these kind of crash courses and video is a very tedious task, and whenever you like and subscribe to our channel, this really motivates us to bring you such content. And this type of content, I don't think so you'll be getting very easily, getting all the things within one crash course. You are learning Dagger, you are learning Room database within the one video. That's pretty tedious task, you know. So whenever you hit the like, it really motivates us to make such more content. I hope so you understand. Okay, so what we need to add few more files. Let's add that. We need to add this Kotlin capped in our plugins. Let's just come over here and we need to provide this ID. This should be Kotlin capped. Now let's come to library one and we need to add the versions and plugins for this. Okay, let's come over here. Basically I'm just removing these files and I'm copying all these dependencies, and we need few more files. We need basically now we need versions. This is my latest version. I have updated the app recently, as you have know. So these are the latest version. Make sure you use a stable one because they might be more helpful. Okay, so now let's just add the versions. Simply come over here and add these versions. Okay, we are good to go from here. We need Android Room Runtime 11. We have this. Okay, we don't need this Google services. Actually, this is for connecting with Google Firestore. We don't need that right now. Just remove it from here. That's it. Just now let's come over here and try to sync our project. Let's hit the sync button. Our project is almost synced. Then after, when we'll be using the imports which are required, such as @home and home annotation, @entity, then we'll be getting all those. So yeah, that's what I meant. Okay, we need one more thing. I forgot. We need the screen which we want to display, right? So inside the UI, let's come over here and create one more package. Let's call it as screen. We just need only one screen basically. So let's name that file as color screen. Great, we are done with here. Okay, we are good here. Now inside this view model, we need to create another view model, another class file. Let's name it as color view model. Okay, great. Now we have everything over. Okay, great. We have everything set up. Now, first of all, let's come to our interface now. We need to define what the database should be like. So let's just come to our interface, color DAO. Now, what thing we need to define that it should be DAO. Let's me provide this annotation that this is a data access object. Let's just import this. You can see this import is made available to us via room dependency. Now what we need to do, we need to have some sort of query that we want to do. We want to get the color with the timestamp to display inside our application. So what we need to have @query. Now basically this query is going to be, we need to make some statement like select star. This basically means we are selecting all the things. Star means all the things which are present inside here. Let's select star from colors. Let's get our query, which is select star from color which shall be ordered by timestamp. Instead of ID, just write here timestamp. Okay, we are good to go from here. We have select star from colors. Let's give it as small c, colors ordered by timestamp, and then yeah, we are good to go from here. Now the another thing which we need to have is, after that query we need to have a function. That method will be like get all the colors, get all colors. Then inside this we will have a flow. You can consider a flow like a conveyor belt. Basically when the state is ready, the item is loaded on that conveyor belt and it is being displayed to you with the help of the keyword called emit. And there are two types of flows called hot flow and cold flow. Hot flow basically start emitting the data as soon as it receives it, and cold get received till that emit is collected somewhere. We need to collect that flow from somewhere. Okay, so we have a list. What kind of list? We have a list of called color entity. We have this over here. This name entity's model name is called color entity, right? Okay, that's small c. Yeah, that will be of type color entity. And now let's have another query. This query this time will be like select the count. We need a count which we need to display that here how many colors we have right now. So let's say select count. Inside that count, let's say yeah, this from colors, where is the condition part. As I told you, select from and where. Select is to go inside the column, from is the table, from which table we need to get the data, and this where is the condition, that what is the condition for which you need to display. Suppose you need to display the name whose first letter is A, then you will be using a condition to provide it a check. So like is synced. Okay, so we are done from here. We have our second query. Now let's have the second method. This second method will be like get unsynced color count, and this is also be a flow of type int. Now what we need to have an insert keyword. This insert keyword will be used to insert some sort of data. Okay, we are insert here. Inside this we shall have a suspend function called insert color. This shall insert a color. This would be of type color entity, means we'll be defining this entity over here right just after this file. Now we need to have another query. This query is basically going to update the color set. So whenever the new color is added, the color set will be updated. It should be updated, right? Let's update color set is synced to one where id is equal to, okay, we need this color id, where id is equal to, yeah, this is totally correct. Now what we need to have some sort of method as if the color is synced or not. Let's get this one here from here. Instead of it, let's name this as mark as synced. Yeah, we are good to go from here. Now you can see there are some things like from where we are going to get these colors. These all things are unverified. So first of all, let's come over in the entity one and let's define our entity, basic thing as you know. So what we need to have @annotation, which define it as an entity. Let there be entity, and let's name our table. Let's name our table called colors. Okay, so we can see where the color one is gone, means we are selecting all the rows and columns from the color. Okay, now we have this timestamp one. So basically this is nothing. The timestamp, the other things are the attributes of this table. Okay, so we have our table. Now inside this color entity we need to define a primary key. I hope so you remember what is a primary key. It is a unique identifier. Okay, we are auto generating the primary key. First let's import this. We have this primary key auto generated equal to 2. Now let's have a variable called id, and this id will be of type integer, and for now let's say that its value is 0. And let's have another variable called color. This would be of type string. Then the next thing which we want to have is a timestamp. This will be of type, let's say, long. Then what else we need to have? We need to have val is synced, and this will be of type boolean. Initially let's set it to false. Great, we are done from here. We have our color entity here. Let's remove this from here. So I hope you understand what this @entity means. @entity means we are defining a table, then we are setting our primary key, then we are setting all the attributes which we want in our color. So as you can see, there is no error now. Now what should we do? We should come to our database one. Inside this database class, let's first of all convert this whole thing to abstract data class. Then after, let's provide it an annotation. That annotation would be database. Then inside database, let's provide it the entities which we want. Entities will be equal to color entities class.java class. Okay, great. Now we have some version equal to 1. I'll explain you this, but for now just try to copy this one and let's complete our code. Let's have a abstract function called color DAO, and this will be of call type color DAO. Let's try to import this. Okay, just let me get the name. Okay, this was, okay, I misnamed it. Let's try to refactor this. Okay, it's done. Let's refactor this. And here also COLOR. Great. Now let's come over here. Then we are good to here. We will be using our color DO. Yeah, here is our file. We are created an abstract function of type color DAO, means this is a data access object. Now let's create some of the companion objects which we will be needing. Our first companion object should be, let me just make it. Let's come over here. The first one will be like return, an instance, which will create an instance. For that we'll be using a keyword called volatile. Now this thing is complete new to you. Just for now, just keep typing the code which I'm just typing. Give me 5 minutes and trust me, it will be everything crystal clear for you. Let's create a function called get database, and inside this it will take something as an input. Let's say that is context, and it will be of type context. Great. Then this will be of type color database, and inside here, okay, it shows some error. Let's see what is this. Okay, just leave it from here for a while, and let's come over here. Let's have some type of return. The return will be of type instance, and synchronize this. Great. Inside this synchronize, let's have a variable called instance. This will be of type room database dot builder. Import this room, import this database builder. Then after just context dot application dot context. Great. This thing is working pretty well, I guess. Well, instance is of type room dot database instance. Okay, I think so. It has created some mess over here. Let's come back and reinitialize this. Let's have a variable called instance, and this will be of time room database builder, right? And we'll have some context dot application context and color room database class dot java. Okay, this is pretty good. Then after we will have an instance of type instance, and everything is resolved. Okay, now resolve this error, then I will explain you that what this whole code is. Okay, first of all, this thing should extend room database. Half of the error will be gone from here only. Let's import this, and that's the context one. We need to change the context where the import is. Let me find import. Yeah, I think so. The import is wrong. We need to make a proper import. The import should be this one over here. Let's comment this one out because this is the same. Okay, this is also a repeated one. Yeah. So after fixing the imports, it's all good. Now we have our color database ready. Now let's try to understand what's this color. So basically this, we have a package declaration over here. Then after we have the required imports. Now let's get to the main content. This thing, this at the rate database annotation, this specifies that which entities, yeah, which table is belonging to this database. This sets the database version. Then we have an array of color entity. This means that this database has only one table based on this at the rate database entities, this version. Okay, then we have our abstract class, abstract function that returns the DAO, data access object. This is how we are going to interact with our database. We have our abstract function called color database. It is also of type color DAO. The companion object, this ensures that this is going to implement the singleton pattern, means it is used for a single time. This ensures that we are only creating only one instance of our database. This ensures that we are only having one, because we don't want to have multiple instances of our database. This volatile ensures that the instance is always up to date and across all the threads. Okay, so we have a private variable called instance, or this is of type color database. If the instance is null, then create a database. If the instance is not null, then return the existing instance. Okay, then we have something called this return instance. This create database instance using room database builder. Okay, so we have this val instance. We are using room database dot builder. It is the use application context to prevent any kind of memory leaks. This prevents any kind of memory leaks. This context dot application context, okay, this prevents any kind of memory leak. Then we have specify the database class, which is of class database at the rate class dot java. Then we have to set the name for our database. Then we simply build it. Then we need to store this instance, we need to store this variable inside this private variable which we have initialized over here. Then we have to simply return it. Okay, so the short, we can say that database annotation is used to mark this class as a room database, which we have used over here. Then abstract class, this must be abstract. This room database, this class extends room database. Okay, then we have a DAO abstract function. The abstract function color DO provides the asset to database operations, and room implements the functionalities automatically. We have our singleton pattern so that there is only one instance of our database. Then we have something called at the rate volatile. This ensures that instance is never cached. Instance value is never cached. All reads and writes shall be done from the main memory. Helps to prevent any multi-thread issue scenario. Then we have our synchronization block. That instance creation is a thread safe. Then only one thread is created at the time. And then we have our room database builder. This actually creates our database instance. Use the application. Okay, so I think so I have explained it pretty well. If you have any doubt, you can please go back and revisit this thing. Now what we need to have our repository. That's pretty simple. Let's come in our color repository, and this will be very simple one. Let's create some files inside this. First of all, let's come over here and create a private variable. This private variable will be color down. This will be of type color. Let's import this. We have added our import. We need something more. We need another private variable. This private variable of Firebase database, cause we will be saving our database to somewhere. Okay, I don't think so we should need this. Okay, just wait. Let's get over here. Now let's have a variable says all color. This will be of type color do. When we'll be getting all the colors, this is returning us the list of all the colors. We are using it from our interface. Then after we shall have something called another variable. This variable will be used to store all the synced data, unsynced data. This shall show some sort of unsynced count, and we'll be using this using the color do dot get unsynced color count. Then we shall have a suspend function called add color. So this is basically going to add the color. This will take something as an input. The input will be of color. This will be of type string. Then we shall have something like timestamp. What's the timestamp? This will be of timestamp. Now let's define the function. Let's say color do dot insert color of type color entity. What was the name? Okay, it was small. Color entity. It will take something color as color. Then timestamp as timestamp. Great, we are done from here. Okay, it shows some error. Okay, we are done here. Great. This has changed the color entity to timestamp over here. Just from long to timestamp. Okay. Okay, this add color is done. Now something we need to have is to like sync the function. Now let's create something called a suspend function. Let's call this function as sync color. Then let's say all colors dot first dot filter. Then inside this filter, let's have some code. Let's say I will explain you just for now. Copy it. Each is synced for each. Just copy along me and I will explain you, don't worry. Actually, we don't need that unsynced function over there. So yeah, just let's have a suspend function which basically adds our color. Now let's come to our view model. This class view model will have a constructor which is private variable repository. This will be of type color repo, and this will return something called view model. Then let's have something like color. This color will be repository.allcolors.stateIn.viewModel. Then we have some sort of code like sharing started while subscribed while unsubscribed. This is pretty much, I think so. Now you might be totally confused at what this whole code is and what this add random color. As the name suggests, this method is just adding some colors. Now let's try to understand this view model code. Sorry, view model code in detail. Okay, we have something as a variable called color and repository.allcolors.stateIn. This is a view model scope for state flow, and this over here, sharing started while subscribed. This only active when there are subscribers, and initially the list is empty. This basically does convert the repositories flow. That was the repository flow. Let me show you. That basically converts the repository flow into a state flow. Then view model scope, coroutine scope tied to a view model scope. Then sharing started while subscribes only collects when someone is observing. Then the default value before the data is loaded is empty list. Then we had a random color function generator. We had val color. This is the whole code to generate the random color. We are using model scope, view model scope to launch the coroutine. Generate a random color hex code. This is used to generate a random color hex code. This thing as the color repository and adds the color repository with the timestamp. It means we are calling the function from our color repository. From the color repository, we are calling the function, and that function color requires the color, which we are providing it from here from the view model. We are providing the color from here, and we are setting the timestamp from here. Then this view model main responsibilities are to manage the UI through state flow. We are using state flow. Then providing the methods to add the random new colors. This random new color method handling background operations using the coroutines. So this basically acts as a bridge between the UI and the repository. When used in UI, we will be able to observe the color state flow. Now let's try to make our color screen. This will be our UI part now. So this is going to be the code for our color view, for our color UI. Let's try to correct this code first, then I will explain you everything. Let's remove this unsynced count from over here. Then we don't need an icon button over here. Simply remove this code from here. Then this thing is imported. Okay, let's change this name to color entity. Okay, we are good to go from here. Now first of all, let me show you the application, then let me explain you the code. So basically this thing is like we have a color screen. There are some error imports. Okay, just remove it from here. Okay, we are good. So basically we have a composable, which is our color screen. This will be taking something as a constructor, which is a view model. We have used our color view model. We have colors which will be provided to us by view model, and we are collecting them as a state. We have a box. I've told you already what a box is. This already wraps everything inside a box. Inside that box we have a column, right? And that column is set to fill the maximum size with some padding. Now inside that column, first thing which we have is a row. In that row, the first thing which we are going to display is our color application. Means that will be our whole title bar over here. We'll be displaying our color app over the name of the color app over here. Rest, the whole screen shall be covered with a vertical lazy grid. We have our vertical lazy grid. We have provided the grid cells to 2. Then we had some arrangements like arrangement dot space by 8 density pixels and horizontal arrangement by 8 density pixels. Then we have provided a little bit of weight to them. Then inside we need to add the items. The items will be colors, the colors which are provided to us by view models. Then color items dot color. That color items will be the small cards which we are seeing inside the grids. And this is an floating button. This floating button have some on click event, which means whenever we click that button, what we want them to add the color. So we are calling the view model dot add colors, means we have called it from our UI whenever that add button is clicked. So what we want to do, we want to go to view model, and what else we want to remove this one. We want to go to our view model and get this add random color button clicked. Then our view model will generate a random color and transfer it to repository, and repository will basically insert this color into color DAO, and this will return us something, and that return shall be coming to view model, and then from view model again we are using that to display inside our color screen. We got a random color. Okay, we got into the view model, we got a random color over here. That random color is provided to repository, and we have generated that random color. And inside here we have color DAO dot insert color. So basically what function is this? This is going to insert the color. This insert means we are adding this to our room database. We are going to insert this inside our room database. Then what we need to define some sort of card which we are going to see inside the lazy view column. So we have our color item over here. We have a card view. We have modified its height and maximum width. Then after we had some colors, card default dot card colors. then the container color means the color of the whole container should be Android graphic dot get the color. Okay, I am seeing some error which is related to there is not. Okay, so that error was related to disk space. Let's ignore that. You might not see that error. You will face that sort of error when you don't have enough storage in your disk. So one more thing which we need to do is we need to come over in our main activity, and in main activity we need to declare our that color screen. So let's just come over here and delete this composable because we don't need that, and simply let's remove this. Okay, I think so I removed one more brace. Just come over here, then let's call our screen that screen color. I think so. Yeah, here's the color screen, and let's provide this with some sort of view model. It was color view model, I guess. Yeah, and we need to pass some sort of repository too. Let's provide it repository. I think that was color repo. Now I think so color repo will also require something that is database dot dao, I guess. Yeah. Okay, let's get here. And what was the name? Yeah, it was color database. Color database dot. Let's come over there and see. Yeah, get database. Okay, so here was our first opening. I think so I missed some. Yeah. Actually, instead of all this thing, let's first of all let's create a surface, cause this thing will be inside a surface. Let's inside a surface give it some modifications. Let's have a modifier dot fill the maximum size of the screen. Then we need something else also. Let's say dot padding. Let's provide it some padding, 16 density pixels. Import this dp and import this fill the maximum size. Now inside this we need to define our schema. Okay, we can have few variables. That variable first of them would be a, let's say, val view model. That color view model will be of type color view model, and it will take color repository as an input, and this color repository will take this input as an. Yeah. Yeah, so I think so we are good to go from here. There's a small error. Yeah, it's all good. Now let's call this inside our surface, and then we are good. Let's call our color screen. Inside this color screen, let's pass our color view model. Yeah. We are good to go. Now let's try to run this application for the very first time and see whether we see some sort of error or anything else. Okay, our AVD has started. This is our current application which I am trying to show you. Yeah, so over here, this is like color app over here. Okay, it's relaunched. Just a second. I think so hot reload was on. Yeah, so we have our color add color option. So whenever we click on add color, we have this card view over here inside our UI part. Let's come to our UI part and let me show you one thing. whenever that button is clicked, we have this color item. Inside that we had a card. We can see that card over here, and then after we can see a column, and inside that column we see the text, and that text is the color. We can see that text color, which is the hex code. Then we can see another modifier inside a divider. We have a divider. We divided this, yeah, this thing. Then we might have another column. That column is also fill the maximum height, and that is aligned at the end. This column is at the end. Then what we have, we had a text inside this column which is created at, and then at created at we had just copying the color white and then using a style. Then after we are using that timestamp which we are going to display over here. Now let's try to add another color. This is our floating button over here. The code for this floating button is over here, which is on click. This will generate a random color. We have provided it alignment to the end. We have a row inside this button. That row basically display a text, then an icon. We have a text, add color, then we have an icon. Great. Now let's try to run this again. Okay, we have another one. Now let's try to keep adding few more colors and keep adding, keep. Now you can see we have a recycler view, or we can say lazy grid column. So this was how you can make changes to your application using the room database. We are inserting the data using the room database, right? Now we had a button to add the color. Now suppose we want to delete the color, then we must have a delete button over here, and we need to learn the query that how we can delete the button. So let's just come in our color do file and have a query to delete the color, right? We had the color to delete our query. Now you can see that this thing is used in our repository. So inside our repository, let's have another suspend function. Let's say is that delete color. This will take the color as a color entry, and then this will be the code. This is a very simple code, as we can see. Now you can see that this add color is being used inside the view model, which is used inside a function add random colors. So we will be creating a new function to delete the colors inside this view model. Let's have a simple delete color. Okay, we have our delete color method over here. This delete color method is totally correct over here. It is being imported from repository.delete color, and this has come from our interface. Yeah, so this is very simple. Now you can see this color is being called whenever the extended floating action button is clicked. So we need to call this button when our another extended floating action button, which is the delete button, is clicked. Okay, so we have our column over here. This column, this is at the end. Now inside this column, let's have a row, and inside that row we shall place our button. No, not this. As you can see, we have a column over here. I was referring to this column, not this one. I have a column over here which is at the bottom end. Now we have a row inside it which will be placed over here, and our item will be placed over here. So let's come over here and try to get our column over here. This is our column. Let's see if we have updated this successfully or not. Okay, we have some icons. Let's import this. Okay, I think so we are not able to see the hot reload. It is off right now. Now what we need to do is we need to have an on click action, which is like whenever the button is clicked, we need to delete the particular thing. Like here we had to add the particular thing, we need to delete it over here. Like let me show you. Here we have on click view model dot add random colors. So we will be using view model. Okay, I think so that view model was color view model. Yeah, that view model. Let's get it over here. Okay, just a second. This is using on click. Let's try to copy this one. We are not able to use this. Just define this color view model over here. Yeah, I think so. The error is resolved. Yeah, it is. So let's try to run our application once again and see what's the output. I think so. We should be getting a delete button over here which says delete color, and upon click on that color should be deleted. Okay, let's wait until the gradle build. Okay, we have it over here. There is some sort of glitch, I think so. That's why the app crashed. Let's go to the logcat and have a look. Okay, I think so. There is a very little bit of error. Let me resolve that. Okay, the issue is related to this color screen only. Just remove this thing from here. We should not declare it like this over here. Just let's first of all come in our lazy grid, then inside our color, then color items, then inside our color items we need to pass our view model along it. Let's say view model is equal to, okay, now come inside the color item. Inside the color item we need to add this particular thing, like come over here, then add view model will be of type color view model. Now that above error is resolved, now we need to come over here and we need to use view model dot delete color. Now I think so the issue has been resolved. It was related to how we are calling our view model. I think so. Yeah, the issue should be solved now. That was a very minor mistake, that how we are calling our view model. Actually, I just forgot it. Now let's try to see. Yeah, we have our delete button over here. So whenever we press our delete button, that color is deleted. So yeah, now we know how we can perform this delete operation also. Okay, so I think there is one more thing which you guys should know. I think so we have completed most of our queries. Only one of them is left, that is the update query. So what we are going to do is going to have an update button, somewhat like here. We will shift this to a little bit of more left side and we will add a update button over here. Upon click on that button, our color of that particular card will be changed. So yeah, so when we cover that thing, so our whole thing means our whole queries will be completed. Like you can see, we have a query select, then we have insert, then we have delete. Let's have a query to update our application. So let's get started. Okay, as you can see here, we have a suspend function over here. Like here it says update color set. So like that we will be having a query. The query will be update color set when there is a new color, whenever the card is new. Okay, so this was our update query. Here we have it. Now what we need to do is we need to go to our repository and we need to define a function over here. That should be a suspend function. Okay, let's do that. It's showing some suggestions to me. Let me import this. I think so this is correct. Now let's see, we should be redirected to our view model. Yeah, now inside our view model we should use this function. Like we have done for all the colors. We have called this function inside our view models. So yeah, now let's go and define our view model function. It gave me suggestions some again, like over here. Actually, I think so this should be something like this over here. I just need to change the color, I guess, and we are not changing the color. Okay, just let us modify this one. Let's import random. Okay, so we have a suspend function over here which will update the color. It will take the color ID as an input. Then after, a new color will be generated via this syntax. As you know, we have used the syntax here also. Then let's call this function inside our view model. Yeah, so this should be the function which we require. Now let's go to our this UI component, and inside this UI component we have this button on click. Okay, yeah, this is pretty good. We have a row, inside that we had our icon button. Now similarly inside this row only we will be having a spacer, and we will provide some width to that spacer. Then we will be using our next icon. Like here you can see, here we have a row. Inside this we will use a horizontal spacer. Then we will add our edit icon. Okay, let's try to do this. Like we have this. Okay, great. Now let's have this icon button. It starts from here and ends here, and inside this we have a column. Okay, great. Now let me first go through this. This is the row which we were talking about. Inside that row we had our button, and it's closed over here. Let's copy this code, and we'll be having the same sort of button over here. And let's try to update the color. On click we need to okay, this shows some error. Okay, this is resolved now. Now instead of that, let's provide the description, update the color. Okay, then instead of delete, let's give it an edit icon if it is available to us. Yeah, I think so. This edit button is pretty well. Let's have a look at how this UI looks to us and see whether all the things are resolved or not. So guys, this was a very simple application. We can use this room database according to your use case. Okay, we have some error inside our view model. Yeah, let's change the color type to let's try to run it. Change this to color entity. Okay, I think so. There is some issues related to this. Let's get over here and try to resolve this. Let's see, this is called over here. Great. And now this is used in our view model. Then inside this view model, we are using this function inside our UI. It says that query method parameter should be either be a type that can be converted into a database call. Okay, I got it. What's the error is? Just a second. Okay, I got the error. Just convert this into the integer like we have over here. Then come to our repository file. Inside this repository, pass color id dot its id. Then we should come over here. Now let's try to run this application and see whether it is okay or not. I think so, it's completely correct now. Let's have a look. Okay, this edit button is over here. Upon this, we are able to update the color of our box. But yeah, you can see there is some sort of UI glitch over here. I think so, we need to place these things in a row and then this inside a column. We need to change our UI. Okay, we can do one thing. We can have an icon row over here. Inside that row, we will be placing our icons, and we can have a column over here. Let's try to modify this. Okay, we can do one thing. I think so, we can have a sub row, like these three things are inside a row, right? We can enclose these two things inside a row, sub row. We can say this is inside a row, so we can have a sub row inside this, and I think so that should work. Okay, let's try to just come over here and enclose that inside a row. Yeah, over here. Okay, great. Let's provide it some. Now we need to enclose this whole thing till here, and we need to provide some sort of modifiers over here. Remove the modifiers from here, and let's come over here and provide modifiers over here. Okay, just a minute. It says modifier dot fit. Let's copy this modifier from here, delete this and provide it over here. Okay, we are good. And inside this row one, just remove this maximum width because we don't need any width over here. Okay, let's wait. This created ad is pretty much, or we can shift this icon over above this. Actually, this thing is pretty compact and there is too much of data over here. We can do something like shift this icon above over here behind with this color over here, like that we can do it. And let's remain this created over here only. Let's copy this whole row from here. Just delete it from here. Let's see the hot reload if it is on or not. Okay, I think so we missed. This row starts from here and ends. I think so we need to close this row somewhat over here. As soon as this both the icons are closed, and let's remove this. Now, yeah, now it is resolved, but yeah, we can't see the timestamp. This is somewhat resolved. Now let's try to see our timestamp, why it is not displaying us. Okay, let's provide it some modifier dot. To resolve this error, we can just change its alignment like it is aligned to the end. Here we can see that it's been aligned to the end. Let's, instead of end, let's say instead of center horizontally bottom end, let's say start, and try to see what's the scene. Yeah, it is at the start. Now what we need to do is just need to see the timestamp. Okay, we can either let it remain like this, cause every function which we made this application, the whole ideology behind what we made the application was to understand the operations for the room database. That is clearly completed over here. We can delete the color, we can update this, we can insert some new values, and yeah, rest all the things. I just want these two things to be a row beside this. Like, let me just show you. This was our card. Okay, inside this card we have our first column. This column have some sort of padding, like here the padding is 12 density pixels. This thing has some padding. Okay, we can reduce the padding to, let's say, 8 density pixels, or let's say 10. So yeah, we can have some sort of space. Yeah, 10 is pretty much good. Then we have a vertical alignment, means all the items which are placed inside this column, yeah, we can have this. Inside this column we have another column. Inside that column we have our like color name. This is a color name over here. Then we have a divider. Let's reduce the padding to 2 density pixels so that yeah, it can move over. And let's provide it some width to like 69, I guess. Yeah, it's pretty good, or let's say it's 70 density pixels. The color is white, etc, etc, etc. Then we have our first row. After this column, let me see where this column is closed first of all. Okay, this column is over, this column is over here, this column starts here, and this column is ended over here. If we end our column over here and remove this from here, okay, then we have our row over here. This is our first row. This row will contain all these 3 items which are listed over here. Instead of align bottom, let's say center vertically. Yeah, so it's shifted a little bit up above. This is our first row. Yeah, okay, great. Then after this first row we have another row. This row is for this icon one. Let me see where this first row is closed. Or we can just simply remove this sub row, and after removing the sub row we can have another row. In another row we can display it. Let's try to do that. Okay, let's remove our sub row. Our sub row is removed. Great. Then we have our column. This column is inside this. Okay, instead of column, let's have a spacer. Let's provide it some height. The height should be, let's say, 4 density pixels for now. And after that, Let's see where this row is closed first. Is it closed over here or not? This should be closed over here. Yeah, this is what we wanted. Now this thing is shifted to up. Now we need to change this column to a row again, and let's convert this to row. Now let's modify this. Horizontal arrangement is equal to arrangement dot, let's say, start created at. Let's provide some space over here. Yeah, I think so. It is pretty good now. And what we need to do is over here, come inside this row, instead of space between, space by, let's use space between. So these are aligned to the end. Or what we can do is, instead of center vertically, let's say it as, and let's provide it some horizontal arrangement. This is space between. Okay, I don't think so. The space between looks pretty nice. I want both the icon to be just beside each other. We can move this somewhat over here. This is pretty good, I think. So now the thing which you wanted, this is inside the row. Yeah, this is completed. We can shift this a little bit of over here. Let's, I think so. This is pretty much what we wanted. Everything is aligned now. Yeah, so everything is perfectly done. What else we can have? We can have a spacer over here also. Let's use this spacer over here. Let's copy this and provide this spacer between this. Yeah, this is what I was trying to say. And we can add the colors now. Let's see. We can delete the colors. We can update our colors. Yeah, so this was our simple application which uses CRUD operations, which is like create, then update and delete, and then store our whole data inside the room database. So this was our whole concept behind the room database. I hope so you liked the video. Make sure you hit the bell icon and subscribe to our channel and you like the video, cause bringing such content is pretty much difficult. It's a very tedious task, bringing such a crash course in which you are learning this dagger hilt concept, which is a very tough to understand maybe, and this room database within a single video. So please make sure you share as much as possible, and please give your reviews in the comment section, and you can suggest me some more topics on which we can make further videos. This was pretty much for this video. Before ending the video, I would like to bring your attention towards one more thing, which is this, yeah, camel casting thing. Like, yeah, we should have this proper name declaration. Let's go to our repository and modify this everywhere where we have used. Let's come over here also. This is pretty good. And one more thing, this inside the view model, the name of the class should be uppercase letter. The name of the class should start with a uppercase letter. Let's modify this. Remember this thing, that the name of the class is always a uppercase letter. Okay, so this is done over here. This class is done over here, and this thing is also correct. Yeah, So that was pretty much for this video. I hope so you liked the video. I hope so guys you have understood the video well and you liked our content. Make sure to give us a follow and subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon so that you can never miss out any updates from us. And make sure you share this video with your family and your friends, cause making such videos require much of work, and if you share this video this will encourage us to bring you such more videos. Thank you so much.